Thank you so much for that raid there, Trex. One more second. Let me get some water here, and then we'll get started. Welcome, everybody. Enjoy the epic menu music. I love this new song. Hello. All right. Welcome. Welcome to the AstroPub, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paul, Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show, good for you. Hey, Radar. What is CitzenCon? Indeed, especially for those of you on YouTube who haven't seen me in a while. I was on the Inforunners YouTube this entire weekend. So I was hosting from them, helping them out because the X and Al were deep into other places. So I'm gonna soothe this hangover with a beer. Hair of the dog, right? Okay, question. For all of you that went to CitzenCon, how many of you got sick? All of our group got sick. It's called the con crud. Even if it's not COVID, it's almost certainly you got something because you traveled abroad. If you're not in the U.S., or if you're not in Manchester proper, you get the con crud just traveling between cities in the United States.
You can take away my spaceship.
Oh yeah.
Take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never, ever.
Yeah, the pox.
Take away my space game.
I think that's where originated. The term first originated. It was PAX.
JoyPop_ just resubscribed for 28 months.
Thank you so much, JoyPop, for that 28 months of support. You're very important, Pop. Very impressive, very pedestrian. This is your fault. There's one freaking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. All right, so let's talk about this. So a couple of things have already come out since CitzenCon. The big first one is that as of today, they have confirmed that how to say this the right way? That NPCs are not going to be... You won't be able to hire NPCs in 1.0. So there will not be NPCs, playable NPCs in 1.0 or hireable NPCs or whatever. It's not the right one. Yes, there will be AI blades, but they probably won't have an AI in hireable AI. That doesn't mean there won't be AI in the game, obviously. Just more that you will probably not see playable or AI hireable like characters that you can like have as a crew. Sorry, I'm kind of going to go through this and trying to set everything up at the same time. P4AR. Where are my? There they are. How dare you? God, I have so many of these. Okay, it just does not want me to equip those. For some reason, it's just moving me around. There you go. Yeah, how are you doing today? Having luck with the servers? Yeah, I mean, so far so good. Boss of the Starlancer, it's a Connie. It's bigger than a Connie, but you know, it's 600i. The Perseus was said in the QA that it came with blades. Yes, it needs to have the PDC, like the gun, the point, the turret that's designed there is supposed to be a PDC. A 600i Connie. Well, it's the same size as 600i, but it has the more of the. I would compare it more to like a Connie Taurus. Do. Do. All right. I just the stream. I can listen to work tonight. Hopefully there, Alex. Hope that it's good. Why do you think CIG started working on the Pioneer and not the Galaxy base building ship? Well, one, I thought that there was the Galaxy was coming before the Perseus. I was wrong. Someone pulled up the original slides from last year. They said the plane was always the Perseus, then the Galaxy. The answer is that the Galaxy also needs refining, and they probably want to get the Pioneer in before they get refined, because they're going to do base building, and they don't want to release the Galaxy until they've got all the modules ready for it. Pioneer has a refinery too, does it? It has a fabricator, but I didn't think it had a refinery. They mentioned refining and extractors in the Pioneer. Huh. Then that's your answer. The reason why they're doing it is because they want to test all of that stuff on one go around rather than on like a dedicated ship or a modular ship. Modular ships are going to get the shaft. Like they're going to get the coming in much later than everything else because that's just how it works. Bye. All right. Miscellaneous. Buy. Probably not even enough. Buy 6. Okay. Still fucking absolutely ridiculous. All right. The ball. The ball. There we go. Yeah, I just started, yeah. I got the empathetic. I just have the, it's something about this room. I need to go through and give it a deep clean before the end of the year. But I was fine until I came into this room and suddenly my sinuses acted up. I was like, what the fuck? It runs when 30Ks are back. We'll see. It seems to be doing okay. Let me check my R tab. Score tab 1. Let's see what we're looking at right now. 46 FPS, 47 FPS. It was funny because when I was streaming last night, during CitzenCon, someone kept coming up there and be like, Star Citizen gets 20 FPS. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm getting like 40 FPS in most places. I gotta believe that the people who are getting like sub 20 FPS on Star Citizen are people who like have the worst possible specs imaginable and are running on like 970s. Yeah, like what the fuck are you talking about? No, Mega, I'm gonna sniffle just to make you mad. Got back yesterday from Manchester and fired up Mech Warfare events. Man, the Mech Lab is still kind of lacking, but it's better than the MW5, but still needs modders to fix it. How do you think it would need to be fixed? I think it's kind of weird looking at times, but I got into it a bit. Oh yeah, I'm almost certain that Cal's ship's a custom. I'm glad all of you understand why Cal Mason is my husband now. I've been talking about how Cal Mason is my favorite character in all of Star Citizen. And people get like, okay, it's like, this is why. Cal Mason is an absolute, utter badass. He's an effortless badass. He is so cocky and he is so polite.
Now arriving.
I don't know how it looked online, but people in the room were very skeptical throughout. Hopefully hopeful but cautious with all those ambitious goals. How do you feel about the con? I said at the beginning and I said at the end and I'll say now, CIG is in put up or shut up mode. Like they kind of fumbled the ball with last year. This year was supposed to be a return to form of good things, and they biffed it. They biffed it pretty hard. They still have to get 4.0 out, and right now with CIG effectively confirming with the preview of the Starlancer that IAE is going to be 24.3 patch. That 4.0 is not coming out until the ass crack of the year. So effectively, they went from estimating internally that it was coming out in the summer to it coming out at the earliest, like December. Disco emphatically said that it wasn't going to come out at the very end of the year. It's going to come out at the very end of the year at best, which means it's going to be bad. No, I see it coming out. I see it coming out like at the very end of the year. They're going to spend a lot of time in between now and then. That's plenty of time from October through December. Plenty of time in PTU. That's plenty of time in PTU. When's the next Evo test? I guess it'd be Friday, but we'll see. And I got one of these. Making 4.0 harder than other patches though another Twitter release tease today. It's not gonna be December 31st because that's not how CIG releases things. CIG is not releasing anything on Christmas, nor are they releasing on December 31st. They'll release it the week before they go on break. For those of you who are new, CIG goes on break for about 2 weeks at the end of the year. When I say goes on break, not everyone goes on break. There's still people who are working even in Christmas. But the vast majority of the studio gets 2 weeks off between the week before Christmas and the week after New Year's. So. All right, let's see if there's anything from here that I can take away. Hauling. Perfect. I'm playing PU. The PTU is not out yet, as far as I know. They did some hot fixes recently, and they deployed a bunch of them today. So far it's working okay. Yeah, I need to upgrade. I need to get a new PC is what I need to do. That is really weird, but okay. This thing is very small. I guess because of a massive hangar, but... I will say that Star Citizen's moving from its original vision because its original vision was Freelancer 2. As an MMO version of Freelancer 2. And it's not Freelancer 2. It's something more akin to if Star Wars Galaxies and EVE Online decided to have a bastard child. There was no base building in the original version as far as I remember. Question, how much would you love it if the Redeemer was featured in the main story mission of 1.0 Citizenship campaign? If it had a fucking story associated with it, maybe. That's my problem, is it has no fucking lore. Yeah, I'm glad CIG got the budget they ended up getting for the original goal. Might have been a budget. Basically, what you're getting now is what you're getting it because what you're getting now is because coming up. Okay, good. Yes, I'm getting like 40, 50 FPS in here, which is not bad. I know people will like lose their mind about that, but where cargo? Where cargo? Their cargo. As a Kickstarter backer, should I have my citizenship already? No. Nobody starts with citizenship. Can I enter the remote turret, please? There we go. Oh, did I close the doors? Listen, I'm very good at my job, okay? This is what you may not like this is what expertise looks like. Hey, Angry, how you doing, buddy? This is peak performance, indeed. I think Radar Echo asked this earlier, Andy asked this earlier, but I think in general, most people were not disappointed with it. I think most people were, it's a different feeling. I think this is a different feeling than we've had in the past. I described it on the Citizen Central as this feels less like hopes and dreams pitch and more of an actual game. I hate that I have to do this because it doesn't work. Like, you can't efficiently stack these big boxes in here. We've been here before? Where have we been? Why have we been here before? I have a Starlancer Max. Been trying this out because it's a little there you go. Oh, the cargo area is asshole. It's just it's complete ass. The way that they set up the cargo grid in the CL is atrocious. It's not efficient at all. It absolutely fucks you if you have 8 SU crates. It's like punishment through inefficiency. This is already going to get upgraded from a from this to a Starlancer Max. I already have the. I even have the like the upgrade token already. I didn't see what Aimless said in terms of how we've been here before, because I don't think we've been here before. This doesn't feel like CIG is like in the past. CIG has been like, oh well, you know, this is what we're doing. This is a much more tangible, with hopes and dreams crushing. This isn't CIG being like, sure, we'll put whatever the fuck you want on it as long as you buy a ship. It's not. We're not really looking at that situation anymore. What we're looking at is CIG saying, "Hey, yeah, this is a good idea, but we don't have the time to do it. So don't expect it." I think the ES is fine, and I'm sure the MR is going to be fine, but the CL is hot ass. If you're a hauler, do not get the CL. It is not good. I disagree. As somebody who was at 2016, this does not feel the same as 2016. 2016 felt like absolute Hail Mary, what the fuck are we doing here situation. If you're going for small boxes, get a freelancer or a C or a what is it? A C1, you know? The Max comes out this IAE, and then the TAC comes out in 2025. My guess is 4.1. It just was really nice looking, and I was or nice feeling, and I was like, "Oh, this is cool. I'll definitely try this out." Until I upgraded it because I had some credits running around, and then I'm like, "Yeah, no, this is actually not that good." Oh yeah, oh yeah. The Starlancer Max is basically a Connie loading system. but without railings. So.
You are clear to launch. Take off.
What I like most about their plans, what I like most about their plans is that they seem achievable in a short period of time. And before anyone goes, but X, Y, or Z, what they said was they're going to do guild missions linked to retribution. Oh, why is my brain not working today? Reputation.
Thank you. And please visit again. Landing gear raised.
I'm gonna have to decouple something there, but it's all right.
Auto drive is now on. Auto drive is now on.
Astro, got to see you out and about in cargo hauling. I was about to start my quick run myself. Awesome. Mission list isn't hard for long either. Yeah, basically most of what they said they either already have partially in the game or aren't that difficult once they kind of nail down things like server meshing. They already have Nyx pretty much. Like Nyx is in a situation where they probably can get that done before the half of next year. And then Castra, I think at least they think they can get it done, but it's only 2 planets. It's really not that complicated. The landing zones are most complicated, but they have it in white box. So there we go. So no missions is the answer. Cargo hauling is great when you don't have 30Ks. I haven't seen a full straight up 30K like that in a while. Yep. So that's the problem, is that CIG rushed to get 3.24.2 out so they could get their ships out for CitizenCon. And they didn't have, as always, CIG didn't have this tested at scale. So something broke and nobody knows what it was. And all the people who could fix it are at CitizenCon. Or taking days off because they worked on CitizenCon. So when we say things like, you'll hear me say in the past that CitizenCon is a waste of resources, what I mean is it's basically taking away from development of the game because of stuff like this happening. It's also the reason why I say the PTU system is a failed system. CIG can feel free to correct me. I would love to be corrected on this one, but it feels like a failed system because if its goals are to mitigate the release, to make sure that the release is better, it doesn't feel like that. It feels like the releases are still bad. They seem to know what the problem is, but they haven't figured out how to fix it yet. That's probably because the people who know how to fix it are not working right now. The current live patch sucks, especially with all the CitzenCon hype getting me into play it anyways. Yeah, the issue is straight up is that CIG has to have an incentive for people to play PTU. Maybe that's the economist in me, but people don't do things because they want to. They do things because they're incentivized to. Let's see how long this lasts. Yeah. One of the rules of economics is that people respond to incentives. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Exactly. Yes, I am Burks. No, so you need to have some incentive for people to get PTU, and I think the answer is you need to give Evocati members and Wave 1 PTU members and that kind of stuff. You need to give them something special, some identifier that can give that people will work for, even if it's just flair. You give people time in game. You give them some sort of challenge to complete inside the PTU. Incentive is literally just a way of framing the problem. What do you mean? Or a solution to the problem? The problem is concurrency. There's not enough people who are concurrently playing the PTU to really stress test it at levels that the PU goes into, because people do not have the ability to download the game twice. B, don't want to participate in the PTU because they don't get incentivized, and some like people will only play if they're going to be advancements. So if people are only playing for advancements, they're not going to bother. You know, there's a lot of other issues that just people will not play PTU for. And so they're waiting until live because they don't want to deal with bugs and that kind of stuff. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, Bo, you're not wrong. Like a hat. You don't even have to go that far. You don't have to go LTI for those people. You just need to give like a hat. CIG's been giving free LTI ships to Evo and PTU testers who did the most testing on specific categories for the last couple of years. Yeah, but that's not enough. That's for only people who do specific things. You need something that people know about and do about. Look, here's a good example: the guide system. People will go out of their way to do guide systems, even if they're cheesing it. They're just trying to do the guide system so they can get the hat and stuff like that. Yeah, we can do office hours tomorrow. Wednesday's always just me playing games. Sort of. The servers are working. It's actually pretty smooth. I've been getting pretty good frames and such, but it's been 30K'ing pretty frequently. It doesn't even need to be top verified. What you need to do is give people incentive just to play the game.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Because if you make it just hours, people will just idle inside the game for hours and find a way of like getting around the auto kick. And if you try to make it, just gonna take my, oh yeah, I'll just do my NISC here. Oh, let me deliver it first.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
If you try to make it a specific event or so, like, oh yeah, if you're really good, no one will care. Because like people don't compete for that kind of stuff. What sweaty people do, but you don't want sweaty testers. You want people just to play. Because that's really what it is. It's more about playing and sometimes playing the new features, but mostly just smashing it with a hammer. Well, last Wednesday was special because of Mech Warrior. Typically, I only do it on Thursdays. Right, I was going to go into vehicles. Liveries. Go for the classic.
Welcome to the ASOP.
I don't think so. I can almost guarantee you people won't do 4.0 PTU.
Vehicle selected.
Not in the levels that are going to get hit. It's always going to be a percentage. Just give me dumb little ship paint or something. That's what I mean. Like, I think if CIG did a ship paint or a hat flare and they just said, hey, play the game and you will get it. And they'll give you some sort of like progression or something like that. Most people are waiting for 4.0 to be out live, not necessarily in PTU. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. 4.0 is going to come out. People will fly around Pyro. They'll jump through the jump gate a couple times, and then they'll be like, cool. And then they'll wait for live. That's what they'll do. No, you can't give players significant advantages for doing it, because then all people will just complain that they can't be as part of it, you know? But yeah, if they have a set of, if they do what they did, where they're doing with the plan for research, where you have to do specific items, if you randomize those items for each player playing and said, hey, this is what you get. You need to do this many missions, this many, play this many hours, and kind of went through systematically like that. I think it might do well, but what about 469? Hey, GQ man. I'll give a few different reward options for each testing group. I'll grind that out. If you give people something to do, they'll do it if they get a reward for it, is the answer.
Thank you. Please visit again. Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Hey, Celine. I love how there's no fishing and there's a friggin' player space station. I mean, give me a beam rod and some beam lures, 2 weeks of development. That's the one thing I've seen a lot of, is that people are complaining that like NPC crew isn't coming in, but they're gonna have space stations. They're like, I don't care about base building, give me crews. That's what we're gonna have from now on. Like everyone's gonna be double guessing CIG's decisions, for good or for ill. Like, there's already a question of, or are we gonna have passenger gameplay in the game with 1.0? That's what I'd be prepared most. What are you up to? Welcome everyone from Moist Stream. My name is Paul Berserker01, Batman Shell, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub. Your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. Just gotta find the station. Zone 1. Arc Corp. Oop, there's the station. If you look at the forums, the AI crews are sooner than people think. They think that CIG will say. I have to double check that list of possible gameplay stuff. It may not be. I personally love the player-owned space station idea. I did too, but I think a lot of people won't like the fact that it's probably like the people who own space. No, not every single person in the game is going to be able, who wants to build the space station, will be able to build their own space station. Ugh. Oh. Something in this room. Some people think bases will make Star Citizen into rust and not happy about the bases being blown up. They're not wrong. I don't think Star Citizen is going to be rust, but I do think that bases aren't going to be super like chill, you know, stuff. Hold on. We don't know if you can build space stations in UE space.
Please proceed to sign landing bay.
No, they said I don't think Death of Spaceman is going to affect your blueprints. Where's my landing zone? Come on, CIG. Where's my landing zone? There it is. What am I doing in game? I'm doing some hauling, hopefully, because I was trying to do some hauling earlier and it exploded. Hey, Desrin. Yeah, your blueprints is account bound. It's like a bind on use, if not bind on pickup. Yeah, I'm spaced out, obviously. Since apparently to every PvPer, Paul Shelley is peaceful trader, which is exactly what I want you all to think. Don't worry, your dad is here. Your papa. He would never, you know, do stupid shit to your ship when you're not paying attention. Exactly. What are you talking about? Your father wouldn't smuggle drugs. Your father wouldn't do awful things to for the sake of more money or anything like that. Ah, 30K. At least I landed, though. Did I ever tell you I had followed you for a long time before I realized the Astro story wasn't a different person? You wouldn't be the first person who had told me that. No. The thing is, the Astro Historian used to be the AstroPub, and then the Astro Historian, I changed it to the Astro Historian and then started a new channel here because I wanted to like separate them because YouTube is weird like that. So yeah. How good does the Polaris look now? It's always looked good. Yeah, they're orphan supplies. Okay, they're artisanal, orphan-made medical supplements. Okay. Oh, I'm going to be doing those again. I'm going to be doing those absolutely cringeworthy RP bar streams again. I will do them until I get better at them. Astro, are you excited to craft your own beer tier 5? As I've always said, all I ask is first bid. If you have an extremely rare booze that is of value, a tier 5 booze, all I ask is first bid. Daddy? I do like it that I've because of my like lore stuff and because I talk a lot about the game. A lot of people think I'm just like the kind of casual pick up and play, and I'm like, I'm a chaos gremlin. Like, do you think I did the lore of the Jumptown Wars because it was, you know, unique? I mean, it was, but I did it because I was part of them. I used to just fuck people over in I hate conga lines. Kumbaya conga lines are my, like, I fucking hate them. Hey, look, Sneak Peek Castra 4.0 on Twitter. Brother Name and Nancy, everybody who's in chat, I would like to officially say, I fucking called it. I fucking called it. Castra. I called Castra. Goddamn, I'm still down here. I'll be quick. What did you miss? Castra. So 2 years ago, I did a video on Castra. Nope. Magnus is great, but I thought Magnus was post. Now do you understand why Sherman is baller? Me and Tree have been telling you all. Me and Tree 0311 have been talking about how Castra is fucking great. Everyone should love Castra. Everyone should like Sherman because Sherman is just an absolute baller ass thing. The guns are smaller than I thought they would be. I thought CIG was going to go for an absolute ridiculously sized orbital space gun like Hoth, but they instead decided to go with battleship cannons that look like they're the actual size of the Yamato. Not the size of the Yamato's guns, but guns that are the size of the Yamato. CIG's been talking about five systems for release since 2015. That's not nothing new. Yes, sometimes they do. There's no lore for the Starlancer as far as I know, but typically they do add some lore. At times they don't. It really depends on what the ship is. Like for instance, the Perseus had an entire like book of lore. Same with the Hammerhead, because they had to because of the nature of their ships. If I didn't use it, the Squadron 42 fleet featured a labeled battleship, but the Hollow had a javelin. There was a few cruisers present in the fleet, and I've heard a rumor that battleship is just a cruiser with large guns, but I haven't seen any images of it. How do they do that? So usually they release a brochure. They also put it on the in their on the like site itself where they're selling it, and then also typically after the case, or sometimes during the same month, they'll have a jump point which has an article on the history of it called a Whitley's Guide. What was the last ship that got proper lore at release? The Zeus wasn't. God, I don't know. It's been a while. There's been some that have had lore in like.
Now arriving.
Thoughts on Terra? I like Terra. Terra's cool. I really hope CIG, because Terra is going to be difficult. Terra is a big system. Terra is probably as hard as Stanton was. So that's going to be a real challenge for CIG to take Terra, because originally they were only going to have one landing zone. Terra is one of the biggest and most important like systems or planets and systems in the UAE. Like in this lore of Star Citizen, it is like Paris and London and New York and Berlin and Tokyo and Beijing. It's like take all of those things, just wrap them into one big pile. It is like the center of the Star Citizen universe outside of, it's one of the two poles of the Star Citizen universe. And it's going to confuse so many people because like, why is it called Terra? Terra is just Earth. I've had so many people do the push-up like glasses thing. Like, well, Terra just means Earth. It's called Terra Nova. It's technically called Terra Nova 3. That's its full. That's its official name, because the star system is called Terra Nova. I'm gonna go as fast as I possibly can here. I just got to get to the station and land. Yeah, there are 12 major POIs. 12. There's New Austin, which is where Origin is headquartered. There's Nova Kiev, which is where Anvil is headquartered. There's Kazi, the region of Kazi, where the Kazi Grazer is from. There's only one moon on Terra. It's huge, but it's bigger. Prime is the main capital city. Yeah. Yeah, there's a reason why those names sound familiar. Yeah, it's weird seeing 30Ks come back this hard. But you could basically not play the game. The game is basically unplayable. I'm just kind of trying to get to the system before I can do that. This is 2.0 levels of broken. This is a New York, kind of, to a degree. The star system, the star is called Nova Terra, or Terra Nova, I should say. Gianna, not the bird people. They're the turtle people. The Tavaran are the bird people. Suffer not the Xenos to live happy. Yes. Yeah, we've been calling them coral because they're more they're less tree-like and more coral-like in my opinion, but yeah. They look like sentient coral. Like tall, like human-shaped sentient coral. How many alien systems will they allow us to travel to now? In 1.0, 0. Like there won't be none. God damn it. I'll try one more time. And then we might just have to hang out and talk. Kind of like Groot, but Groot's a lot more tree-like than the Tavaran are. Yeah, Star Citizen's basically going to be unplayable for the next week. Yep. This is what happens when you have your entire staff basically on break for a weekend plus. Yeah, Vanduul are much more of like a piranha, I would say. I do think we'll get I think the first thing we'll get after 1.0 is a Vanduul system, because Virgil is connected to Nyx, and Virgil is cool as shit. Oh, they're back at it, but they came back at it on Tuesday. It's going to take a bit for them to kind of work through and get everything started. My friend upon the first Punisi's Evangel said they look like a crossover between a Locust from Gears of War and Elites from Halo. They definitely have that feeling for sure. Okay, so before you all start asking me about Squadron 42 stuff, I'm going to tell you that I cannot tell you. Do not ask me about Squadron 42 stuff unless you want to get spoiled with Squadron 42, because I know the entire story of Squadron 42. I did it on accident. I will tell you tell everyone the same thing that I've always said, which is Squadron 42's story is average. Do not expect some sort of groundbreaking storytelling from CIG. It's not going to be an Academy Award winning story. It's not going to be something that's going to blow your mind away. It's an action adventure story. But you're not the Master Chief. You're not Doom guy. You're just a guy or gal who goes out into the universe to fight. Do we get a shirtless Henry Cavill? Not that I know of. No, I'm gonna break your hopes and dreams right there. I mean, is there a sci-fi game that has an Academy Award-winning story? A sci-fi game? No, but I mean, I would put it up there with Mass Effect in terms of like Mass Effect 1 in terms of storytelling. Not perfect, but decent. The fuck? Okay. Sounds award-winning to me, yeah. Its main focus is its characters and its gameplay. And the gameplay, I don't know much about because I haven't played it myself. Yeah, you're not the chosen one. The first Mass Effect, Moon and Star. Mass Effect as a series is amazing, and the IP is really in depth, but the first Mass Effect was okay. Mass Effect 2 is really where like everything pulled together, and everything that was set up in Mass Effect 1 really started to push into Mass Effect 2 and Mass Effect 3. Like it was a collective effort. I don't know if there's a plan to bring aliens to PU now. I don't know. But I think it'll scratch that itch. It definitely will scratch that Mass Effect itch, that Halo Mass Effect itch.
Now arriving.
Andromeda was just a failed potential. It was good idea, failed execution. Yeah, but I mean, like, Mass Effect 1 really was limited by its ability. Like, it was limited by what BioWare could do at the time. And as they kind of, like, figured out what was the best way of approaching that series, they got better and better at it. I believe so. I'm getting 30Ks all, like, every 5 seconds. So I don't know, but... You don't want any Squadron 42 drills. I'm not going to spoil anything. That's the point. I'm not going to spoil y'all with spoilers or anything like that. My point is that setting expectations properly, do not come in thinking it is amazing in the sense of like some sort of award-winning storytelling. It's going to have a lot of tropes in it. But if you're a fan of Mass Effect and like Halo and the kind of like the way that they still tell space opera stories, yeah, you'll probably like it. I would say sight unseen, not having played it, only having the what limited access I've seen of it. I would say it will likely end up between an 8 and a 7 in terms of like most people's scores. It's not a 10 out of 10. But again, I haven't played it, so maybe the gameplay is fantastic and I haven't done it, been able to do it. The gameplay could also drag it down to be absolute dog shit, so we don't know. Hey, coffee.
Please visit us again. Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
We'll see. In other words, it's not BG3. I think BG3 is a solid 7 or 8.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
It's not bad,
But you can never
but I think people overhyped it because it hit the right
take away my space game.
demographic.
C0FF33 Gaming just resubscribed for 83 months.
Thank you so much for that 83 months of support there, Coffee Gaming. You're very important, public, very impressive, very pedestrian. This your fault. The reason I'm drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. What non-mech game? Oh, you know me so well, Radar. The original Halo on Xbox was 10 out of 10 for me. That might be cheating because it was like the thing that got me to buy a console. I'd say I don't know. I'm trying to think of like games that I'd be like, no, it's perfect. Maybe KOTOR. Hey, you still liking Clans? Yeah, I've been enjoying it. It apparently does have good support for Hodos this time. I don't know if Skyrim would be 10 out of 10. Morrowind, probably. I like Stellaris. So for those of you who don't know, I'm a secret strategy gamer. I love strategy. In fact, one of the first games I ever played on computer was Civilization. Well, Civilization 2. The two games that I first got, that my parents first got me when I was like 9, 8 or 9, was Civilization 2 and Warcraft 2. I am awful at those games, all right? I am not good in the slightest. You do not want me to play those games because I will not be interesting at all. I've played Democracy 4. Or I've played the Democracy games. They seem very basic, and I don't know what's with them. I guess they just have a specific audience. There it is. Do I have like my gear down? I do. It probably will, spreadsheet. Was my favorite strategy game until new Battletech crossed my path. Yeah. Sir, I don't know how I can play this game anymore since my patch's performance went way down, basically getting 20 FPS. How are you getting 20 FPS? That sounds like a problem on your computer, because I'm getting like 40 to 60 pretty consistently. Starflight. Sounds familiar, but I don't know. Yeah, Hairbrain Schemes Battletech is really, really good. I just wish that was... If you could take MechWarrior 5 and give me the Battletech, in Battletech, and you had it like together, I'd be fine. Like co-op experience, turn-based in the larger inner sphere circle kind of thing. Nope. Nope, that's not it either. Would you open the doors, please? Gonna be a 30K, isn't it? Hey, Paul, how am I? How are you? Did you like the Castra? Do you like Castra? I did like Castra. But not only do I feel vindicated about Castra coming out, but I am also like, y'all will love Castra. Castra is fucking amazing. Like, the lore of Castra is just, mwah. It's a gigantic walled city that is, that like houses a bunch of major corporations now. I've been looking all over. Did you not do a CitizenCon live stream watch party after all? I did. I was live. Check the Inforunner's YouTube. Listen, I am so happy to go back home. The youngins, Cupan, the young do not understand our desire to return home to Levski. They don't understand. Those of you who weren't here, Levski's not coming out. It's returning to us. We're returning home to Levski. Change my hanger. Why'd you change my hanger like that? The fuck is my hanger now? I just saw it pop up. Have I tried flying with Hosos before? You mean like I am right now? I just have basic Hosos. I've got Thrustmasters, G16,000Ms. I actually have VKBs that I got from last year's CitizenCon that I have yet to open and put in. I also have a Ross Miller chair that I have to put together and put out there, which I haven't yet. No, I don't use rudders. I tried getting used to them, but I have to like attach them in a specific way, and I'm fine without them. Okay, I'm gonna I haven't crashed yet, thankfully, so I'm just gonna find a landing zone right here. It's perfect. There are people who use pedals. A lot of sweats use pedals. It's all about comfort, though. I also have like I have a Tobii eye tracker that I never use. I do have an org. It's called the League of Relic Enthusiasts. They talk about modules insurance. What do you mean modules insurance? I was very whelmed by CitizenCon. I'm a little disappointed that I wouldn't be able to run my own little stop and go space station out of the Frontier. I understand that. All right, let's claim some stuff here. Do. And the CL. All right, let's see what the truck is like. What about the Argus? I'll be right back, chat. Ugh. I think it's if modules will probably be component insurance. So. I looked done in that video. I'm thinking it's IAE. What is? Medical care pin? Oh yeah, the medical care pin for sure. Okay. Battery cooler and shield. Oh, it says a shield. Neat. You could probably make this a technical, almost certainly. Ooh, this thing's zippy. Let's drift it. Put a bunch of people in the back. You say you can't, but watch me. Watch me show you how it's done. I should stream. This your fault. You're drinking. Shots and cheers to chat. Yeah, shots and cheers. How do you missile lock? Middle mouse button. You also have to be in missile mode, or it might change a little bit. Yeah, you have to be in missile mode. It's a different mode that you have to be in. All right, so let me show you how to get in the back of this. You find something you can clamber on top of, like this. If I can get on top of it, we'll see. Okay, and then I am now in the back. $10 years, yeah, 10 years. I actually might be able to just do this. Hold on. Yeah. If you added the nice low, you're not supposed to get in the back. I'm still unsure how exploration gameplay loop will work with the Carrack. We will still scanning uncharted systems in deep space. No, you'll be scanning charted systems and deep space. Like I've been saying for about, what was it, 3 or 4 years now? Exploration is go to a point, scan region, gather data, return data, profit, or science, either one. Go to planet, scan region, collect data, profit, or research, either way. The majority of your scanning, majority of your exploration gameplay is going to be cartography. Big thing CIG doesn't want is separate player even more by everyone having some sort of micro stations. Yeah, the most you'll have is a small like ranch. You're not going to have space stations unless you have a big like organization. Yeah, you'll be exploring caves and stuff like that. I mean, I'm an Eagle Scout, so like the idea of me going out into beautiful wilderness and charting it and bringing and coming back is kind of awesome. That's kind of the shit I want. There's that jungle. Please go chart it. Oh, okay. Beautiful game. I can go into a beautiful game and look around and scan things, scanning little life forms. Yeah, that's what you're doing. Any chance we get all showed in next 3 years, maybe? Yeah. I mean, I think, I don't know. I haven't been doing the detail, looked at the detail, but I remember people saying we had either 40 or 60% of what's already was announced at CitizenCon last year. I think we'll get probably close to close to 80% or close to 6. I don't know what the exit number is, but we're going to get most of it by the end of the beginning of next year. So I think most of what we saw this year, we're going to get part of it. I don't think we'll get stations necessarily next year. We might at the very end. We're definitely getting like outposts. Like there was a dev in Tomato's stream when we were recording the podcast yesterday. Yeah. That was who was working on it. It said it's in game. Like everything we saw that was dealing with building bases is already in game. Like it's in the end, not just in the engine, it's in the game. They just have same with like the monster hunting. It's in the game. It's just a matter of them finding a release for it. Yeah. It's just the basic stuff, the small stuff, the stuff they showed off where that it looked like it was in game. They said like, oh yeah, well this is all instantaneous. This is just for testing purposes. And it's like, yeah, we're gonna have like, we're gonna see it a little bit more in depth, but yeah. Question. I've been playing for about a year now. I'm still a newbie. I heard them mention some beef between Earth and Terra. What's it about? Oh, Red Marine. Red Marine. I'm doing an entire video on the lore behind that. It's going to be an hour long, and I'm going to hopefully release it by this weekend. We'll see. I want to definitely hit the hot hammer is hot. The basic gist is Earth has slowly been losing its importance over the last say 4 or 5 centuries. The problem that Earth has is that Earth is not in a position where it's good for defense or trade. It only has 2 jump points. One is to Croshaw, and the other one is to the Davian system. So it's not really a nexus of jump points. The closest alien species that Earth is to the fucking Vandul. It's only like 2 or 3 jumps away from the Vandul, so that's not good. And it's generally, the Sol system in general is just kind of been picked clean of resources, because most of the stuff that you would use for, you know, making things has been made. But Earth is still important because of its cultural heritage and because it has a built-up amount of like infrastructure. It is built around the idea of being the capital. It's just, that's all it's good for. It really doesn't have any other purpose other than that. Whereas Terra was, when it was discovered, it's a super Earth, so it's like 2 times the size of Earth. It's naturally habitable. Basically, it's the planet humanity chose. It's in a nexus of jump points. It's really close to both the Banu and the Xi'an, so it's got really close to really good trading partners. All the systems it's connected to are really either really easily defended or have good like resources or terraformable candidates, that kind of thing. It's just in a much better position than any of the other systems around it. So it has a huge population. It's already kind of the cultural capital of the UEE. So the problem is that ever since the Mezzer era, the Terra was already kind of experiencing a pretty big uptick in influence. When the Mezzers took over, they saw the Mezzers as a threat to their businesses, because most of the people who run Terra are business people. So they threatened to leave the UEE, and the Mezzers did not take that well. By not take that well, the one governor who announced that they were going to have an election, a referendum on leaving the UEE, he lost his referendum through shady means and then disappeared. Like, they black bagged him and they dragged them off in the middle of nowhere. So the Terrans pretty much knew immediately that the Mezzers were going to keep them in the UEE by force. So many Terrans became rebels and vigilantes, or not vigilantes. They became actively fighting against the Measure regime. So when the eventual civil war revolution happened, where the Measures were overthrown, the big player behind a lot of those actions was Terra. So when time came to reorganize the empire so it wasn't as dictatorial, it was Terra who was pushing for what was called the Governance Modernization Act, I think is what it was called, which basically would transform the UEE into a new organization called the Democratic Stellar Union, where they would do away with the citizenship system. They would make a lot more democratic changes to the government, and it would move the capital to Terra, because Terra was better defensible, better economically, it was better culturally, it was just like the center of UEE trade. And because Earth is kind of fucked if it's not the center of the universe or center of the government, the people who had invested heavily into Earth basically threatened another civil war if they didn't get their way. So Terra backed off because it didn't want to rip the UEE apart right after they managed to kick out the Measures. And that's kind of been the simmering conflict between Earth and Terra, that Terra wants to be the center of the government. They want to be independent, effectively, of the UEE, but bringing other systems with them. Whereas Earth desperately is clinging on to power, because if it loses its power, it loses its influence, it loses its location. A lot of people are going to starve. A lot of people are going to die. So. No, it's cool. Like I said, it's going to be an hour long because I have to explain like the Measure, a little bit of the Measure problems, because like, let's be honest, Terrans are kind of dicks. They're really stuck up assholes. Like, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Fuck the Terra. Terras are the kind of people who you're like, dude, chill. All right. Like, it's really not that serious. Like, they want to move humanity away from Earth standard time to Terran standard time. They like are really dicks, big dicks about like, they're like, oh, well, how old are you? Or like, you're like a young person. Well, technically I'm in my 40s according to Terra time, Terra like calendar. And it's like, go shove it up your ass. Like, really? Yeah, it's literally Rome versus Byzantium. Do they have the code for player-facing GUIs? What? What do you mean? Later, Anna. Oh, Sparrow, we're talking about lore. So the main story of Star Citizen, this is actually appropriate because they talked about this in CitizenCon. The main story of Star Citizen is going to revolve around the coming simmering conflict between a system called Terra Nova, and Sol, Earth, and Terra, which is Terra Nova 3. But they're these two, like, cultural, economic, and political hotspots. And their conflict with each other in terms of who should have more power is the main driving point for all of the stories in Star Citizen, at least in human space. I haven't come to this game. Haven't come to this game so late. I've got a whole lot of catching up to do. Don't worry, I'll have a lot of videos on this sort of thing if you're interested. With the Pioneer being worked on soon, do you expect the new CNOU ships to work up to the Pioneer? Probably at some point. It's a very interesting and compelling background story. Well, when you have 5 writers working on content for 12 years, you have a lot of background. They've really, really worked on their background, and they've spent a lot of time refining everything they want to refine and getting it down right. And they're borrowing and stealing content from other like universes, from history, from real life. Like a lot of the stuff is especially at one point, like a lot of the stuff they were referencing to in terms of like the political stories were just taking stories from, you know, Ukraine England, the US, Argentina, Brazil, like they were taking these different like actual political scandals and political upheavals that were happening around the world, and then just incorporating them into Star Citizen in terms of using those stories as the backdrop to tell a story in Star Citizen in a similar way. Like there was an assassination attempt on the Imperator, the last Imperator that ruled, because of like a splinter group of an ultra right kind of conservative group that was trying to that thinks that the UEE is becoming too soft, especially on like Xenos. And especially this Imperator. Has any ruler been laughed out? Not laughed out, but there's definitely like nobody in the government likes the current one, Leilani Anderson. Terra Nova sounds like New Terra, or like New Earth. It's basically New Earth. Yeah, that's what it's called. I think it's smart of them to do nothing. Nothing's more interesting in real life than events in our own history. Yeah, especially if you can do it within the context of the universe and not to try to make a big political statement out of it. Because I think that can turn off people in a universe like this. Because the whole point of this universe is, and I've still got to make this video too, but I'm gonna let you all know right now. Star Citizen is not a fun place to live. The UEE, the universe of Star Citizen, is a dystopia. But it's in the same kind of dystopia that like not cyberpunk, Blade Runner is a dystopia. Alien, the Alien franchise is a dystopia. Like it's not like post-apocalyptic, everyone's exploded, but it just kind of sucks to live in those places. I haven't played Star Citizen Lives. It looks so different now. It's still buggy as all hell, I assume. A lot better than it used to be, but yeah, it's still got problems. How long has it been, Sparrow? I mean, the cyberpunk universe is, yeah, cyberpunk 2077, that whole thing is definitely dystopia. But of course, those are all taking keys from other cyberpunk dystopians like Blade Runner and Aliens. Oh, show them the new star map? Okay. So I wanted to go to the Magnus Gateway, I think it's, or is it Pyro Gateway? Or contracts. Magnus Gateway. So I got to go to Magnus. So Magnus Gateway. I'm going to route to Magnus Gateway. And then I'm going to go F1. And then if it doesn't crash on me. There you go. GUIs for base building. I don't like the Starlancer. The Starlancer looks good. In terms of Starlancer, the game, I haven't played it, but There are new contracts. There's now I'm doing a hauling mission. These are to go pick up random boxes and from one place to another, different sizes and stuff like that. They have racing in the game, salvages in the game, different mercenary missions. Bounty hunting is still the same. You can go unverified. You've got salvage missions for unverified. Yeah, this is Max. Oh, well, I like Starlancer. I have both. I upgraded some stuff that I already had, but the TAC is definitely my style, but the Max is my daily stuff, so. Oh, yeah, I was having 30Ks throughout the fucking, like, for the first hour of me streaming. But it seems to have worked out. So either they did something in the back end with the hotfix or something. Yeah, I'm gonna upgrade. I took my red because I've never used my red anymore, so I upgraded that to a Zeus CL, and then I immediately was like, oh, I'll upgrade that to the Max, but I'm like, I'll wait. I'll wait because I don't want to like upgrade to the Max and have it be like, oh, you've got another Freelancer Max, which is like, but I already have a Freelancer Max. Yep, I'm actually posted it on Twitter and Blue Sky earlier today about how they're going to be blades but no NPCs in 1.0. For those of you who don't know what blades are, and I'll explain this. So a blade is a server blade. Effectively, you can automate your turrets with a blade. It'll take up resources like power and other things. It'll use heat and that kind of things, or like generate heat. So it'll be harder to manage. But it means you can have less people on the guns and let the shipboard systems target what you need to target. Yes. I think my most vivid memory is talking public chat. It'd be nice to have faster quantum, but I didn't have enough cash to afford a new drive. Someone casually sent 3 million credits. That's the Star Citizen community. The Max is only a crew of 4, which is actually not that bad. But yeah, the TAC is a crew of 15. I thought you meant blades is in the Emperor's personal guard, blades from Elder Scrolls. Yeah, no, they're called AI blades. So yeah. On that topic, Paul is on right now. AI blades. Be aware, people. Blades will not cover the ship for malfunction. So if you're in a nice way of putting it, Rich said, you're screwed for a while solo. Yeah, I mean that's the big from this CitizenCon. The big message I got was play with other people, which was something that CIG's been saying for a while now, and I think Rich has even said it multiple times. It's an MMO. Play with other people. We're not going to prevent you from playing solo, but play with other people. Or fly small ships. There's nothing wrong with that. Like the Freelancer, this is a perfectly soloable ship. There's really, like, it maybe you can use 1 or 2 more people on it, but it's really not that hard of a ship to use. Like, it's fine solo. Same with the C1, same with the Cutlass. Like, they're fine. Like, you'll be able to fly them and deal with them fine, one person. But they'll definitely be at more of an advantage if you can get 1 more person on. I think the Connie is at the edge of flyable solo. Same with the Corsair. You're gonna want more people at that point. There is going to be an LFG for Star Citizen. Yes. Oh yeah, the Zeus is in that range of soloable. was pretty surprised by it, Risky. I'm not gonna lie. I was pretty surprised by it. Maybe I feel kind of like an asshole, but I felt surprised by it, and then I was like, good. One of the concerns I've always had about Squadron 42 is that they only get one chance to make a first impression. And when they said 2026 is the release date, I was when they were going to make a release date, I said they're going to announce 2025 and it's going to get delayed because they're going to get to a point where they're like, we could use another 5-6 months, and then they'll delay it out even further. And I think what they did is, instead of saying, this is again me talking to a couple of CIG employees who reached out because they wanted to like clarify some things. What they said was they had a date in 2025, but they decided not to say the date in 2025 because of what I just said. So they said 2026 for cushion room. Take that as much as you want to take it as not. It could be true. It could be false. I do trust the sources that told me that though. So, but that's what I was told by CIG staff. And Chris apparently wanted to talk about 2025, but he didn't want to. So they're saying it could drop in 2025. I doubt it's going to drop in 2025, just because CIG will take that time to work on it. There's no way they're not going to take that time to work on it if they think they need to. Hey, Griffin, how's the flight? Star Sim's not being Star Sim is not being reduced. It's not being Star Sim is still being a thing. The dynamic economy is still going to exist. It's just been demoted. It's been de-emphasized. Star Sim is still important, but what's more important is player economy. Just walked in the door. Go to bed, Griff. It's like your body time. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning. They also don't want to compete with GTA 6. Yeah, giving them saying 2026 gives them a huge 12-month window to release in terms of to release around. So if GTA 6 is delayed, they can figure out when it's delayed to and then release around that time. The dynamic economy isn't going into the back burner. It's still the thing that's running most of the missions is the plan. It's just it's just not going to be the main focus, because the main focus is if you want to improve, like if I wanted to get the best Freelancer Max I could get, I would need the best components, and those are going to be tier 5, and I won't be able to purchase them from NPCs or even earn them from NPCs. I will need to do missions for NPCs so I can get those blueprints through reputation and stuff like that. But then I need to either craft it myself or have somebody I know who has the materials who can craft it to craft my tier 5, say jump drive. What they added for you elite fans, for you commanders out there, is they added engineering. Or buy them from another player. All based around player stats. But will players dominate supply and demand? Not for everything. Not for the basics, I don't think. Yeah, it's also very Star Wars Galaxies, for those of you who remember that game, where like player gear was the best gear. You couldn't find gear, like the player crafted gear was the best. I wouldn't expect it to be hyper capitalist, libertarian utopia like Eve is, but I also don't expect it to be like hugboxy as Star Wars Galaxy was. Like a more meaty version of of Star Wars Galaxies, but less like bloodthirsty. The fuck? In the right place. There we go. Did they mention actual player trading UI? They didn't mention any player trading UI, but they discussed how they wanted to heavily focus on the player economy. It's not very EVE Online unless they abandon the idea of insurance materializing ships out of thin air. They're not going to. But it's not going to be thin air. It's the way that it works, at least last we heard still, was that the way that it works is that your reclaim timers are going to be based off of a number of factors, including the availability of it. So when you get your ship back, you're not getting your ship back in terms of like instantly. It's got to be shipped to the location, or at least simulated shipped to the location. So if it's a cheap ship, like a starter ship, it's pretty easy to accessible. Like this will probably be more accessible, but the more advanced the ship is, the harder it is to acquire. Yeah, and you can't buy a warranty in-game with the in-game ships. You have to earn them, which means in order to get your ship back, you will need to have done some PvE stuff. Listen, the one thing I want more than anything else there, Lambo, is I want CIG to add the Browning M2. Okay? CIG, give me the Browning M2. The meme, all right? Give me the meme. What was it? 1918 was when he made that. 1918, John Moses Browning invented perfection, and for 1,000 years we've proved it. Insurance will give you a payout if you'll need to make regular insurance payments plus a deductible for fee on claims. So it won't be free if you lose your ship again. Yes, only if you have their warranty. That is how the new system works. They didn't mention anything about cargo insurance, so we don't know if that's still a thing. John Browning and resurrected to invent the M3. Besides new dev, I really hope they will accelerate work on Gold Pass. All right. Oh, is this still a thing? Wow, I didn't realize that was still broken. Good to know, I guess. This entire section right here, this is an invisible, like, wall. I can't even walk through it. There's something there. I saw it in PTU of like 3.23 or 3.24 through 3.24. I saw that in PTU, and I was like, yeah, whatever. And then since then, I thought it was fixed. I was like, oh, whatever. But no, it's oof. So do you think Star Citizen will actually make a Terra twice as big as Earth in game? Yeah. There's all scaled though. I don't know if I have enough space. Random question, but does a large tractor beam require a second module? No. I probably have enough space. How do you think seeing a Vandal knife stick in the elevator mean they have the crossbow figured out? I mean, probably, but that was definitely a scripted scene. It's 84 SCU. The issue is there's a bug where you can't actually, like I'll show you right here. This part right here is completely unusable. Like I can't use this section right here. So I'm missing like an 8 SCU section. And it's 120 SCU in the right form, not in the right boxes, which is, I think, is a mistake, but you know, CIG will eventually fix that. We got that. Yeah, I think I can get this. How much is Titan suit in game? I haven't seen. Is it available in 3.24.2? This is one I purchased with actual cash. So I don't know the actual cost of it in game. $75K? Perfect. All right. Yeah, if it stacks 3 high, yes. What they need to do is let us be able to determine what size the boxes are shipped in to make it easier for us to do these cargo missions. I get the idea of doing the like random mission version like this, but like that feels, it kind of makes the experience of cargo shipping like this really frustrating because you end up with a lot of 8 SCU for medium. Like this is a medium ship, and for mediums I can't even take the full medium. So you're upgrading your F to the max, to the S max. I'm upgrading my, what is it called? Zeus to the max. Trying to see my quantum. I don't see where my quantum is. Titans is for IAE. Not that we can see. They would have talked to us about it already. Okay, so I see velocity, electromagnetic. There it is, cell status. Ooh, I don't think I have enough.
Thank you.
Still saying I have no quantum fuel, even though I just refueled it all.
Thank you. And please visit again.
I'm going to Everest. Do you think AI Blaves could still serve me drinks and clean up after me as a solo player, Paul? Yeah, of course. Just you. We needed that 3D grid originally showed to the cargo screen where we can figure out Tetris. Screen should reflect 3D volume of chosen ship. So if you're an org big enough to build a space station, I wonder if you'd be able to hang out on the crow's nest. Maybe. Hey, Rishoma. Reverend Wright, do you know, I don't know if you answered, but when do you think the org Mobiglass apps will making it in? Probably at the earliest, middle of next year, but likely at the end of next year. I think the thing about it is it's mostly just like, I don't know how much of a work it is for behind the scenes. I don't know how much they've done. A lot of it seems like UI based, like the stuff that they haven't quite figured out yet. It doesn't seem as much of an issue as other things. It seems much more minor in comparison to other things that CIG has to do. But we'll see. Is Lore's Crow's Next going to be a real AstroPub? Listen, I would love for Lore to be able to build a space station, just because I know a lot of folks are. But we'll likely end up working with other organizations as an alliance to help build other people's space stations. All we want to do is rescue relics and preserve the past. Okay. Biggest push would be to get server stable to me. That's what they're doing right now, and it'll happen over time for sure. Like it was crashing. We had 30Ks. I had 30Ks basically every 15 minutes from the first hour I was playing, and we haven't had one since. Knock on wood. So they must have fixed something. Where does the new 1.0 plans put Operation Pitchfork? Completely out the window. Operation Pitchfork is not going to exist, basically. I don't even know who's still running Operation Pitchfork. Got lucky with the server? Maybe. Wasn't super sold on Agatha the first few episodes, but tonight's episode ruled. That's good to hear, Anna. Unpopular opinion, but I can't wait for instance missions. I'm sure that's not an unpopular opinion. There's plenty of people who want to play Star Citizen as a single player game offline. AI performance is probably going to increase with 4.0 and beyond. So. Oh, they're definitely degraded, yes. They're still pushing out hot fixes is what they're doing right now. Probably beyond 4.0, but not long beyond 4.0. Yeah, I don't know. I think 4.0 is probably going to have some improvements for AI. It really depends on how much work they put into 4.0 between now and the end of the year. From the sounds of things, they seem to know what they need to do, and they're focusing on getting that done. Actually got a whole C mission work last patch, senior rank hauling mission. Nice. In your experience, what percentage of players prefer playing mostly solo? 10, like just generally, I would say at least 30%, if not 40%, prefer solo. I would say most players, like I would say 50 to 60%, if not more, are like solo to multiplayer. So like I would venture to guess that the vast majority of people in my chat right now play solo, but wouldn't mind playing with friends or colleagues or family. A mixture of both. There's probably a minority of you who are interested in just the multi-person, multi-crew gaming and like that kind of stuff. And there's probably slightly more of you who are only going to play solo. The reason why I play solo, like on Wednesdays and such, it has nothing to do with the fact that I can get out of here real quick. I know I'm taking the risk by doing this, but it's okay. Sure, we can pull it. Yep, I live dangerously, chat. Cruise. Food of the gods. I'm a Perks viewer. Anything above 10% is hydration is basically 100%. I'll do a poll on Twitch. Here we go. I'll have this run for 3 minutes. There we go. How would you prefer to play Star Citizen? Hey, Redline. Can you drop out of warp anywhere you want? Yes. Well, not precisely, but yeah. And in the new quantum system they're coming out with at some point, they showed it off and said it was going to come in soon, but we haven't seen it since. they're going to eventually have it so it's even easier to drop in and out. I was at Galactopedia looking for information about the lore, but I didn't find a linear way to view the information other than just articles in no particular order. So the one source that I would always suggest going to is the starcitizen.tools. It's the Star Citizen wiki that's run by a bunch of fans who are really, really dedicated to the craft. Crash. There we go. I almost got a mission done. Yeah, they have a lore timeline. They have a timeline which is not perfect. They're still missing some stuff here and there, but it is almost bang on all of the linear that you want to know, the big stuff. So. No, not trade tools. It's Star Citizen. Specifically, I'll pull it up here. It's starcitizen.tools. Oh, no. 2.4.2 is fucking dog shit right now. The details are always going to be a little bit fuzzy because CIG wants to keep them fuzzy. Yeah, a bunch of people just said crashed. I think it's all of the back ends are crashing. The hybrid service is crashing pretty frequently now. Yeah, based off this current poll, which has only got about 30 people, 87% of people say a mix of solo and group. 10% say only solo, and only 3% say only group, which is almost bang on what I was guessing. Not bang on, but that was generally what I was expecting. You know, most people want mix of solo and group, and then a couple people want only solo, and then even fewer are only group. How do I feel about the seal tokens lore? It's absolutely dumb, and I love it. Where the fuck am I? Where the fuck do I get out of here? Like, it makes sense. It 100% makes sense in terms of the context of Star Citizen's universe, because Star Citizen's universe is run by assholes. This is the same universe that had the Gold Horizon stations, where they're like, hey, let's just try to beat out all our competition who are getting all of these sweet deals and on these distant systems by recklessly building stations in places we shouldn't build. They really need to get the server tech sorted. I think most of us see this as the number one priority. I think CIG sees it as well. The issue what they're having right now has to do with just its scale issues. CIG cannot test this game at scale. They fundamentally cannot test this game at scale. The PTU does not give them the scale they need to be able to test how Star Citizen will function, because most people don't play PTU. Most people just play the PU and will not refuse to go to the PTU. So when people hear new game, they come out with new game. They rush in and they crash the servers. It's the MMO problem. I don't know if CIG can solve the problem, but you're going to have this problem pretty much the entire time. Nice gateway, yeah. They can find little bugs, but they can't do the concurrency. My theory is that they put 4.0 code base with 3.24 because they know no one will do 4.0 PTU testing. So when they wanted to test the code live without meshing to see what breaks, that's part of what it is. I'm sure they just wanted to get as much as they could tested before 4.0 comes out. Concurrencies are a white whale. I mean, yeah, that's the point though, C Daddy. It's like, it's not something that CIG is unique to CIG. Getting people to test games at scale is impossible. I don't think there's a single MMO that does it well. WoW is probably the only one that even kind of is remotely successful with it, but no one can test it at scale. So CIG has already confirmed that there's going to be a 3.24.3 in the in fact, while we're waiting for this, I'll pull this up. By the way, C Daddy, congratulations on getting back home. Hopefully you're okay and you're resting a little bit. All right. So if you go to the MISC Starlancer you go to the MISC Starlancer page. If you scroll down, it says MISC Starlancer pre-order starting October 20th, becomes flyable next month in November 22nd, 2024. Okay. So if you go to more info on this, up here it says the Starlancer has arrived, a fully modular transport chassis built specifically for deep space operations, giving you dependability you expect from MISC and the flexibility you need for an ever-changing universe. Designed to carry huge payloads, the Max variant allows you to go big with a massively expensive cargo deck. It includes a limited edition sapphire paint scheme. This edition comes with an exclusive lifetime insurance contract. Warbond version pledges cannot be obtained with store credit. The Starlancer Max will be available in-game in Star Citizen Alpha 3.24.3. So it's already been confirmed that if this is coming out on November 20th, which is IAE, that means that IAE is 3.24.3. Ta-da. Yeah, Anna's right. The reason why we're having issues on live is because they struggled to get large player counts in PTU. So you're going to always have this problem with the first couple of weeks of a patch release. It's going to be unplayable.
You can take away my space
Until they solve that problem of concurrency, that's what's going to happen.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Drycon just resubscribed for 36 months.
Thank you so much for 36 months of support there, Drycon. You're a very important pub, very impressive, very pedestrian. This is your fault. There's no drink, no drink night. Shots and cheers, Chad. Y'all, shots and cheers. So I just got in. It's fine. Thank you. What's the SU of the Max? Like 220 something? So yeah, if you're worried why we're getting so many issues with like 30K crashes and stuff like that, we're just gonna always have that. 1.0 is gonna release and it's still gonna have that problem. Hopefully it'll be less serious, and every time this is happening, it's been less and less serious, but that just happens. Oh yeah, no, 4.0 is going to be a fucking disaster site. Like, if you are interested in playing 4.0, wait until like a week or two after it's been launched. Do not jump in it live. Watch other people play it, because you're gonna get, especially if you're frustrated with stuff that's going on like right now, 100% do not play the game. Like, you're just gonna want to rage crit.
Your insurance claim has been sent. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Vehicle selected. Stand by.
Yeah, 4.0.1 will be amazing, and that's gonna come out in January sometime. I know people are like, well, 4.0 is gonna come out. CIG, they stood up there and said it on stage, and they're continuing to say that they're gonna get 4.0 out this year. 4.0 is coming out this year. That's not a promise either. That's a threat. No, out means out. It's already been in Evocati. Like, CIG is pushing this burning trash can out no matter what. Based on past, CIG is going to release it on a Friday. I'll tell you exactly when it's coming out. It's coming out on December 20th. Friday, December 20th. And that's the day CIG goes, goodbye, we'll see you in January. I mean, that's been my tutorial. That's been my thing. It's like, I think CIG just needs to just skip through PTU as fast as possible. Just push this shit out burning on fire. Like, oh, but it's gonna be broken. It's gonna be broken no matter what they do. Like, minimal actual reality. Just push that shit out for concurrency, break as much as you can, and then fix it later. Your birthday. Happy birthday. See, Daddy? Here's the fire. I have a question. Can I play it offline? No. It is an online game. If you want the offline version of Star Citizen, the closest you're going to get is Squadron 42, which is not going to be out for another 2 years. Yeah, you can't play Marine Commander offline, but I don't think you'd want to play Commander offline. No, if they push it just before break and then not fix shit until June, they'll fix it in January and February. They'll do small fixes here and there. But you don't have releases like 4.0 without breaking everything. You don't have releases like 4.0 without everything being on fire. That's not even like a CIG thing. It's just, I have never experienced an MMO release that was stable. Like, every MMO I've ever been a part of at launch has broken. You're not going to get, you're not going to have insurance until 1.0. Probably closer to 4. Like, whatever end, the end of the 4.0 chapters when they'll actually start doing insurance, but it'll be reset every time. For direct solar. Oh, direct interstellar. Let's try it again.
proceed to assigned landing bay.
Chris Roberts released a statement that it must be running fine on his computer. It must be a problem with your computer. That's such a bad look at Chris's part. Well, that's the problem there. Like, I would say New World ran fine, but there weren't enough servers, and it would take too long. Like there was a lot of problems around that concurrency. There we go. 30K. All right, that's enough of me trying to play the game. Trying to play the game for 2 hours, not even completing a mission. The game is not playable right now. They got to do some back end fixes before it comes back in. We'll hang out and talk a little bit, though. I'm sure there'll be a wipe at 1.0, yes. If you earn a bunch of stuff in the later 4.0 patches, it'll be wiped by 1.0. They'll do their best not to do as to reduce it as much as can, but, you know. You know what is playable? MechWarrior 5 Clans, baby. It is a good game. But yes, Grand Viking, welcome. I'm not leaving yet, y'all. I'm just going to hang out here and talk for a little bit longer. Yeah, you picked a bad time to come after a 3-month break there, Third Goat. So my question, can we warranty a Bengal? No idea. Probably. Well, probably not, honestly. I can imagine CIG not warranting larger ships. Also, if anyone thinks we're going to get a Bengal in 1.0 for player Bengal, I don't think that's going to be a case, y'all. Interesting to see if IAE is this bad. It won't be this bad because it's going to be them with more. They're going to do a little bit more fixes. There'll be improvements here and there. They'll do some small issues in the back end. They'll fix it up so that it works fine. I think IAE will probably be pretty smooth as a free flight, but it's not 4.0. So. For a Bengal for how much money for LTI? I think CIG might actually not sell the Bengal. They may actually resist the urge to make money because they did call it end game content, and CIG generally doesn't like to sell end game content. Yeah, Bengals in Squad 42. There's some interior that have been made with the Bengal. I don't know how much of the interior has been made. At least the hangar was made at one point. You'll be able to build the Bengal. I don't think you'll be able to build the Bengal in 1.0. I'm excited you're starting to do BattleTech lore videos. It's my favorite franchise. I mean, I got a lot of stuff to do, Carlton. I gotta do a Star Citizen lore video on the lore of Star Citizen, like the main story of Star Citizen I gotta release. And then I've got a video that I gotta do for the complete history of Drake Interplanetary before IAE, and then sometime between those two, I'm gonna do BattleTech, a BattleTech primer about the different inner sphere, what a battle mech is, where it comes from, the different houses, and then I'll do another one on the clans. But hey, Galactic Elf, I want to get it done before the end of the year because MechWarrior Clans is doing pretty well. And like, I'm gonna be very honest. I did a lore video, a complete history of the Titanfall universe, the full timeline of the Titanfall universe. It is still my best video. I released that back in August. It consistently gets like 1,000 views a day. Like it is nearing 100,000 views, and I'm like, damn. I mean, at one point I remember talking to Morphologist back when I first met him, and he came to me and he said, Paul, to be quite honest, if you were doing these videos for any other franchise, you would already be at like 100,000 subscribers. And I was like, yeah, but I don't want to do it for any other franchises. I know, but you're doing a lot of work. You're doing really good. And the reason why no one knows you is because you're not doing a franchise that anyone gives a shit about. I do one video on Titanfall, and it becomes one of the best videos I've ever done. If I do a video on MechWarrior and it does something similar, I'll know that it was right. He was right. Paul, what were your initial thoughts when the worm appeared? I mean, yeah, similar. I didn't know what the fuck I was looking at. It's like, no fucking way. Then do some Warhammer 40k lore. I plan on doing that as well at some point. I really want other space games to release so I can fucking do lore on them. Titanfall's not a dead game, all right? It is actually a pretty active game still. It's just not as super popular. Drake's lore as a manufacturer changed from affordable, well-engineered, and maintainable ships to the manufacturer for bad guys. They're both the same thing. Hold steady. Star Citizen will rise eventually. No, I mean, I'm still going to do Star Citizen lore, but I definitely need to spread out beyond Star Citizen. We're more likely to get Squadron 42 in 2026 than we are to get Titanfall 3. We're gonna get Star Citizen 1.0 before we get Titanfall 3, and that hurts my soul. Titanfall 2 came out in 2016. Let me double check. It might have been 2018. October 28th. It's 8 years old. I've said in the past, I don't really think there's any difference between quality between you and Biff. The only reason you don't have as at the level of viewership is because SC has more niche than Destiny. Yep. What's the usual dates for IAE? It's going to be November. It's usually the week of Thanksgiving for the United States, which I think is going to be on the pre-order for the Max. They said it was going to be until like the 22nd or the 20th of November for the Max. So I believe that IAE starts the 22nd of November and goes until the 29th of November, if not maybe the 1st or 2nd of December. Is it December 5th? Did they already say that? Yeah, that's tracks about right. That's about 2 weeks. Hey, Reminin. I was just joking that Titanfall 3 is not coming out. That we're going to get Star Citizen 1.0 before Titanfall 3 comes out. And it hurts my soul. The date was in the calendar for the social UI. Okay, so they've already kind of leaked it. But do you think they would have lore behind players' stuff's base and station and manufacturer where they're from? Probably not. I think a lot of the stuff that CIG had planned originally as nice ideas is probably going to go the way of the dodo. We're going to get more of a traditional MMO out of Star Citizen. It's still going to have its own unique Star Citizen flair, but a lot of the ideas that like, oh, players are going to impact the story and change things, that's just all gone now. Which is sad, but not bad. How about doing a lore on the Starfleet Academy for the Star Trek Fleet Academy television series coming on? Is it coming on already? I'm not much of a, I try to stay away from television and movies because that's not really my niche. You can never kill fidelity. Yeah. Oh yeah, CIG has said in the many times that the that they want to do playable alien races, but that's not going to be until well after 1.0. Is Squadron 42 episode 2 and 3 still a thing? As far as we know, yes. Biff, the Lord Daddy of Destiny, has he decided to investigate Star Citizen? Thus challenges the mighty AstroPub. No, Biff has not gotten into Star Citizen. And if Biff had gotten into Star Citizen, I would have reached out to him many years ago. If Biff decides, if anyone follows Biff and hears that he's talking about Star Citizen, please send him my information. I'd love to talk with him about it. Because I know Biff also got into Warhammer pretty recently, and he actually shouted out, Luton, who's a good person. Great content creator. My preferred 40K content creator has always been for lore has always been Oculus Imperia, because they do everything in fiction. They're great with that one. Later one, Bellissimo. Can aliens in lore use ships designed for humans? Yes, because pretty much every ship is designed for humans has to be also designed for Tavaran, and the Tavaran use the same. So Tavaran are very similar. Lots of retcons in TVs, movies. It's more that the way that algorithms work, gaming lore is definitely a niche compared to like just general sci-fi lore. Aren't Bennu much bigger than us? Could they use our ships? They could, because there's the seat heights are adjustable. Biff confronting Star Citizen lore would be like in player encountering an apex worm while on foot. No. Biff does good work, and Biff does a lot of in-game explorations and does a good research. Biff's pretty good at that. It's just his style is different from mine. Paul, can you explain the difference between citizens and civilians? So I was going to make the joke. A citizen makes the government is the survival of the government is personal responsibility. So the difference between citizens and civilians is privileges. A citizen has the right to vote in all elections. They have the right to hold office. They make it easier to hold land. They make it easier to start companies. A citizen is just a person who has done a great service to the empire and thus gets the advantages of being so. I met Biff at RTX 2014 before he had a ton of followers. Cool dude. He's very young. Biff is only in his 20s. Last I remember, he was like in late teens when he started doing Destiny lore. So it's not really a driver's license to travel the stars. It's sort of like a passport. Are criminals and pyro citizens also? Citizens you can get your citizenship revoked by doing illegal activities. So do you not get citizenship from military service? I always assumed you did. You can. It's not guaranteed though. That was the thing that surprised me. I had an interview with Dave Haddock on the Lore Citizen podcast, which has been on pause for a bit. We managed to talk to Dave Haddock, and we asked, can you get citizenship? Are you guaranteed citizenship? Because that was a question we had, because there was a lot of Tavaran in lore who end up being forced into the military. Because the Tavaran have this, I guess, stereotype that Tavaran end up usually as criminals. They either end up as mercenaries or criminals, one of the two. And so a lot of Tavaran get caught doing criminal activity, and then they get choice of either going to jail or going into the military. And so they choose to go to the military. And my thought was, doesn't that just make a lot of Tavaran criminals citizens suddenly? And he said specifically, just because you serve in the military does not mean you get citizenship. Service does not guarantee citizenship. You still have to have proven that you have done a good deed for the Empire, because there's still a review board that you have to go through. So you don't have to be in the military. Other things can happen as well. So. Yeah, Star Citizen is more dystopian than Starship Troopers. The Great Service just gets the review board to look at your application, effectively. It's just me, or did they change the temperature on the moons on Hurston? They used to say hot. Now they're all like 20 degrees Celsius. I don't know. I don't think so. Civilians can fly. Civilians and citizens can both fly. It's just easier for citizens to get access to things like that. Citizenship will not be a requirement to play Star Citizen, but it is something you can earn in game. The main story of Star Citizen will end with you earning citizenship. Paul, I'm actually not convinced we won't have a say. I think players that earn citizenship will get a say in voting for in-game events, maybe even vote on capital or where to deal with the Vandal. I'm sure we'll have some of that, but the idea is that was originally pitched that you could randomly stumble upon the Dread Pirate Roberts and then be known in-game for killing the Dread Pirate Roberts. I think that idea is gone. The dynamic universe that changes based off of player activities is probably not there. CIG is going to have a story that's going to play out, and some of the outcomes may be determined by player actions, but you're not going to have the like lucky shot taking out the general that will be marked down in lore. I think there'll still be a nemesis system, but I don't think we're going to see a situation. Dread Pirate Roberts, it's an old joke. If you all know Dread Pirate Roberts from what was it called? From Princess Bride. But the joke was that Chris Roberts was the Dread Pirate Roberts because he's Roberts, you know. And so they had a joke that there was going to be a Chris Roberts alike in game, and that if you killed the Chris Roberts alike in game, you would be known in game for it. What are the other ships that will be worked on in the next year besides the one that's the only one that matters? The Apollo, the Terrapin Medical, which is coming out this year, actually. The Crusader, I want to say Endeavor, that's the wrong one. Intrepid, which is a starter ship from Crusader. Then we've got the Starlancer TAC. We've got the Ironclad. We've got the Pioneer. We've got some funky looking Drake ship. Possibly a Xi'an ship, possibly a Banu ship. I couldn't tell you. And then the some sort of tracked ship, a vehicle. I think it's, for me, it screams like an armored version of the Ursa. Because the Ursa is actually based off of, in lore, it's based off of a marine assault vehicle, which is called the Marine. assault vehicle. I think it's actually called the MAV. It's kind of like the Marine landing craft that exists for the U.S. Marines use, but compact. And there's another like Anvil Atlas chassis thing, like the Centurion and stuff like that. Looks just probably like a construction vehicle. So John Cruz said that the Pioneer won't be in yet when we get base building. Yes, because base building's coming early next year. I don't have the Pioneer in my fleet now. Marine amphibious assault. Yeah, but I think in Star Citizen it's called just a Marine assault vehicle or something, like just a MAV. All right, let's take a look at it while we're here, since I'm not going into the game right now because the game decides to say poo poo. It is poo poo poo. All right. Captains of Industry. There we go.
Let's take a little closer look at the vehicle, and Ben's going to go through it. To finish up, we'll do the classic one last thing. CitzenCon is usually about looking forwards, but we'll do some housekeeping. The cups. Sorry. And then most recent little tease.
Okay, so that's what we're came out today. I think this is the actual, because you see the back is filled in. This is the base building version. So this is the SCV base building version. This we don't know what this is. This is the one that I think is like the Marine assault vehicle. These look like tracks over here. I can turn my head off. Okay, you can't hear me when I do this, but right where I am here. Hold on. Right where my head is, I'll point to it. Those are tracks. And then up here, these are guns. This is some sort of Marine assault vehicle, I think. It's Grey Cat. I don't think it's Grey Cat. I think it's an Ursa. It might be Grey Cat, but I think it's an Ursa variant. This is the Anvil variant. This is the one that they showed off in CitzenCon last year. This is like an Anvil assembly vehicle of some kind. No ICs until the end of the year. Until next year, I think. This is the Ghost. This is the Tracker. So we're getting the Ghost and the Tracker next year, not the Super Hornet, in terms of the Mark IIs. This is the medical terrapin. A lot of people have said, well, it doesn't look right. It's like because it's a weird angle and also it's a modified version of the terrapin. This is the Mirai Guardian. This is apparently the salvage version, the Misk Fortune, the salvage version of the Pioneer, of the Prospector. So this is just a salvage Misk ship. This is the Intrepid, I think, the Freelancer starter ship. This, I have no fucking clue what this is. It's a lot of people are saying Drake because it's got the asymmetrical stuff. I could see it being a something else, but it's very odd. It's very odd. Papa Yaga's cabin. It feels Drake because of the wings. But I couldn't tell you what it is. Yeah, it looks like a tiny Corsair. This is actually the Apollo. So this is the Apollo. This is the Starlancer attack. This is the Perseus. That is the Ironclad, possibly the Assault. And that's the Pioneer. That thing was not tiny. This that dude is tiny compared to this. This is huge. But it's still a smaller version of a Corsair is what I'm saying. Yeah, these are the things that they're hoping to get done in the next 12 months. That's the scale right there. It's not huge, but it's definitely not the same size as the oh, it's not the same size as the Corsair. I think the Corsair is bigger because it's big. They're not really, they were in order of size, sort of, because like if you look at this is the Intrepid, this is this, and the next one is the Apollo, which isn't that big, and then so like just it's weird to have that in there because like it's supposed if everything else is according to size. So if everything else is according to is scaled to size, then this should be smaller, larger than the Intrepid, but smaller than the Apollo, or around the same size as the Apollo. So that still puts it at pretty big, but not huge. These are ships that are being worked on for the next 12 months. The Prospector 2.0 is not a Prospector. That's a salvage ship, apparently. Well, so is the SCV. Let's see. So is the Guardian, but that's in there. So is the Metapin, because the Metapin's coming out in IAE, and this is already also on there. Yeah, it's like the SCV, the Metapin, and the Guardian are all in the silhouettes because they're still being worked on, but they're coming out at IAE. And same with the Intrepid. So yeah, that's definitely the Intrepid. You're looking at it at an angle. That's why. You think this is the front? That's the front right here. This is the side. This is the landing gear. You can see the landing gear right here. It's just kind of out of a weird angle. This right here is the front of the ship right here. Not this. This. All right, let's go back. So if you say this is not the Guardian, let's go back and see what they say they showed before. The Galaxy was always going to be worked after the Perseus. I'm doing that right now. Calm down, Tilted Turtle. Just don't be so tilted. So we've got, this is the Guardian, and this is the
Oh, but what about the rest?
the Intrepid. I still think that's the Guardian, y'all. I think you're smoking too much hopium if you think that's not the Guardian. Look at the size of the person compared to it. I think it's the same. Same with the Intrepid, which is here. I think it's the same thing, y'all. I think what you're comparing is the concept art kind of silhouettes that they did with the final versions of what they ended up with. It's the same thing. I disagree with Subliminal vehemently. That is definitely the Guardian. Nope, it was the Polaris, then Perseus, then Galaxy. Look it up. It was in the ship panel from last year. You can still find it. In fact, yeah, this is obviously the Guardian. Where's the Polaris in the blue vid? What blue vid? There's no Polaris in the blue vid. There's no Polaris in this. I don't know why they don't put the Polaris in this. I guess it's because they already know, they've already announced the Polaris. But like, this is almost certainly the TAC. They already announced the TAC. We know that this is the TAC. The BLD isn't in there because this would be the only one they're working on. And we know that the TAC is coming out in 2025. So they just did weird things. This is the Perseus. Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was the case too. I thought it was the Galaxy, then the Perseus. I honestly did. But then I looked at the slides that someone posted and it said Perseus, then Galaxy. I think we just all collectively swapped it. They may have said it, that it was Galaxy, then Perseus, but on the slide it said Perseus, then Galaxy. Okay, I'll check it. Videos, playlists, that's fine. Star Citizen, CitizenCon 2953. Here we go.
The engine.
Is it taking flight? No, it's not that.
Take your hands off.
Talking ship, here we go.
When they finally get this game. At this stage, we've just...
When the original one of these squares is a ship or a vehicle, all the light blue ones are all the ones we have. So, Squadron 42 vehicles. We aim to deliver everything you see in this video and more in the next 12 months.
So we can find it. Where's the Perseus? Is that the end? There you go.
A really well-established art style for RSI in our universe, and it gives us the ability to kind of train up newest members of the teams on something that's kind of quite a known element. That is absolutely not the only benefit, though. The way we are planning on tackling the Polaris is not tackling it as one ship, but actually 5 ships on there, fleet of ships. We don't just run something else. That really allows us to do is just kind of streamline our development process. It's that we're confident in, that we can reuse development time in our... We leverage streamline everything. Then we've got the Perseus.
Oh, you're right. It does say the Galaxy, then the Perseus. You're right. I swear I saw one that said specifically the Perseus, then the Galaxy. So you're right. I apologize there, Turtle. So they completely inverted it. Let me see if I can find it. Someone posted it earlier. You were getting like that when you said that's the Galaxy. That's not the thing. I think you're wrong when it comes to the Guardian. You were getting all sorts of angry about the Guardian. It's like, nah, dude, that's the Guardian. Let's see if we can find it. It was posted on our Discord earlier. Someone was talking about it. I was like, holy shit, are you serious? I could have remembered it was the other way around, but I guess I was wrong. Do. Mm-hmm. My Discord posts a lot. So if y'all are interested in Star Citizen content, go ahead and check out the Discord. It's linked in the below, in the area below. God, there's so much shit here. All these people are talking. May have been on Twitter. I saw it. Yeah. Do. Now we're back at 11, 10, 20, so it's not there. But yeah. Apparently they have refineries on the Polaris or on the Pioneer as well, though. Again, I apologize for getting overexcited, but I was got all caps earlier because about the Perseus thing, and I was going to say Guardian variant. Someone's saying it's not a Guardian. It's a Guardian. It's just a weird angle. I think people are getting mixed because I've seen people argue that that's not a terrapin in that silhouette. It's like it's a terrapin. It's just at a weird angle. It's like, well, the nose looks different because you're looking at it at a weird angle. CIG intentionally throws it at a weird angle to throw it off, but yeah, that's just the Guardian. Yeah, but it would need to have refinery gameplay for it to work. So it's a salvage ship, if I remember correctly. The Misk Fortune is what it's supposed to be. Misk 4chan. What's the terrapin that's that there was a what's the terrapin that was there is the medical? Is it medical? Is it a medical? Yes, that's coming out in IAE. I don't know. It might be a specialized salvage head. With 4.0 coming out, as well as possibly more systems before 1.0, do you think we're likely to see the Idris the Kraken soonish, so that we have a way to transport our fighters across these systems? Soonish? No. Like, we would have already seen them in the 12-month, outlook. There's no way next year we're getting the Kraken. We might get the Idris. I think what CIG will do to try to meet people where they are, because CIG has delayed the release of the Idris for so long, is when they make the official announcement of the date for Squadron, when they have a final date that they decide when it's going to release, that is when they're going to release the Idris. So either next Invictus, next Gamescom, next CitizenCon, whatever it is, when they do the actual date release, that's when they'll do it. Gladiator Mark II or the Apollo first? Probably the Gladiator. It's easier. On the plus side, the metapin means Tomato will have a more functional turtle ship in game. Guys, Paul's right. CIG's teasing you all by using really weird angles to make the shape in your head. With your hand and use the phone, look at weird angles, photos of your hand. It will demonstrate the weird angle thing. It is a weird angle thing. They're just fucking with you. Because the fucking ship team is a bunch of trolls. I know they're trolls. You know you're trolls if you're watching. Because I know some of you watch me after the fact. Most of CIG is trolls, but I mean, ugh. Is it true there's going to be a 3.24.3 patch? Yes, there is. That was confirmed with the release of the Max. In the Max's, in one of the options for the Max, when you're trying to buy the Starlancer Max, it says will release in 3.24.3. Yeah, typically an IAE patch is going to be a sub patch. Well, I hope they have the problem with 3.24.2 fixed by then. Run them on. It's going to be like a month. It's November 22nd. It's literally December or October 23rd. It's IAE doesn't happen until like November 22nd. It's still a month, and it's all it is fixes. 2.4.3 is just going to be fixes and IAE. That's all it is. Yeah, it's 4 weeks away for a hot fix, for a fixing patch. My concern for 4.0 is the mission refactor. It's in 3.2, 3.24.2. Or it was originally. It might be in 3.3. No, it doesn't mean we're going to have .2 in a month. They've been doing hot fixes pretty quickly. Pretty recently. It just feels like a long time because we had a CitizenCon, but it's like CitizenCon was 3 days ago. So why no missions in Evo 4.0? They were testing them out in 4.0. I think they were testing them out in 4.0. Maybe the Evo one before it went live, but they were talking about adding the mission refactor stuff in. Nope, Liberator or Kraken are not coming out. I think the Kraken's coming out before the Liberator because the Ironclad is coming out next year. So, or this is one of the plans. I'm waiting hype to go down so that servers can get better. It's not a hype thing, man. It's just CIG has to figure out how to deal with scale. That's all. They don't even have engineering in Evo yet? Yeah. On a scale of 1 to 10, how playable are Star Citizen servers right now? 1. You cannot do a single mission in Star Citizen. It is not playable. You will not be playing Star Citizen at least until they get that fixed. I would heavily suggest just staying away. I was on for 2.5 hours and I wasn't able to get one single mission done because it kept crashing. It would 30K every time I got close to finishing a mission. It was stable for, at the longest it was stable for was like 40 minutes. Sorry, I've been asked this 1,000 times. What was your favorite thing from this last CitizenCon? Being right about Castra. Yeah, performance is great. And then the 30Ks. Like, the performance is fantastic. Like, we're talking, you know, 40 to 60 FPS or beyond across the board everywhere. The NPCs were reacting well, but I think the reason why the performance is good is because they keep fucking crashing the servers. So they keep resetting every 30 minutes. So every time you come back on, it's a fresh server. I thought the guns would be a little bit bigger myself. You're so humble, dude. Are you fucking? I'm never gonna let the entire community live this down. I called it 2 years out. 2 years ago, I called it. Okay? 2 years. That Castra was going to be the third system in game. Nobody else thought that was. I remember doing. I also did a video called The Line of Five, which talks about the first 5 systems. The one thing I did get wrong was Odin, because I thought Odin was going to be the 4th system, not Terra, or 5th system, not Terra. But yeah. The only reason why I'm so smug about it is because at least one creator reviewed it, like looked at one of my videos and told me I was wrong. They have a much bigger creator than I am, and I was right. No shame on them. It's just more of a, I feel like I was justified in saying my stuff. And people have asked, how did you know, Paul? And the answer was, the guess was based off of a lot of different factors. One was the easiest factor was CHE has done a fuck ton, and I mean an absolute buttload of concept art for Sherman. Like, they have 4 to 5 different concept art pieces for Sherman alone. For reference, I think the only other systems that have that much concept art is Terra and Stanton and Earth. Those 3 systems. So it's like, why is this one system, this one random system, have so many concept art pieces? And if you look at it, the concept art is almost exactly the same as what they actually did. So that's really unusual. Number 2, they were at one point in the when they fucked up and they did a they were doing, everything was done alphabetically in the progress tracker. You could figure out by guessing the unknowns. You could guess based off of where they fell in the alphabetical order. And I realized that some of the unknowns were around planetary tech, and it was 2 unknowns around planetary tech. And I'm like, what system has 2 planets? And so I looked around on the star map to see which systems had 2 planets, and the only system that had 2 planets that was close to Stanton and Pyro and Nyx was Castra. And not only that, Castra has a jump point between Pyro and to Nyx. So I was like, oh, fuck, this is perfect. And the more I looked into Castra, the more I realized this is exactly perfect, because Castra was built as a system that exists over many times. It was built around the start of the First Avaran War. And it has been updated over time with old buildings not being destroyed, but simply built around. So there are different sections of the city which are different time periods. So it allows for CIG to build templates for a specific architecture style that they could then use as copy pasting into other locations that have that style. And so it's like, oh, and it also allows for a military style, which they haven't done, which they've been working on with Squadron 42. So it was like, it's perfect. Start of the war. Oh, I was checking because I didn't want to make sure that I wasn't getting yelled at by my wife for being too loud. I think they're going to put Nix in the next few months, and Castra will be the great edging that they did to you all with Pyro. Nah, I think Castra's coming out. At least they're planning on Castra coming out by the end of the next year, but I think it has a chance of slipping into the 2026. But I think that's their plan. Nix, I think Nix is super important. You're good on that, Tilted Turtle. You're good. Thank you for clarifying that, because I remember seeing it and I was just like, no, I can't believe they said Perseus than Galaxy, because I've been saying Galaxy than Perseus the whole time, and yeah, they definitely did say that. So there's going to be no sign of Magnus. Magnus is not coming out until after Terra. I think post Terra, post 1.0, the chances are Virgil, Hadrian, Magnus, and what's after Magnus? Tohill. Maybe Nexus. Nexus is a big hotspot, so. Ellis, yeah. I think it's Nexus. It has Magnus has a jump point to Ellis, so that would make sense too. Why is Sig not going after the Soul system? Wouldn't it be wise to do that first? Then they can finish all the Soul Nexus. Maybe, but they aren't doing that. They're doing they started around Stanton and moved out from there. Terra didn't have much lore. Don't have much lore. Are you insane? Terra has a lot of lore. It is super in depth. It's probably the most lore of any landing zone that we have. You think we'll ever have an alien system in game? Yeah, eventually. Probably not until, well, years and years after 1.0. What about Castra? Castra's got a lot of lore too. I did an entire video on Castra's lore, and I was even like missing portions of it. The reason for Odin Terra switch might be related to the future plans of Odin in parts 2 and 3 of Squadron 42. Entrance, they will introduce Xi'an through Castra? Possibly, but Castra isn't on the border with Xi'an space. Castra is on the human side of the old Perry line. You'd have to go through Tohill. And then from Tohill to one of the Xi'an systems. Now, I think it's more likely that we'll see the Xi'an with Area 18. There's a consulate. There's a Xi'an consulate on Area 18 in ArcCorp. I do think we're going to get aliens before we get alien systems. Like, we'll get the Xi'an, we'll get the Devaran, we'll get the Banu, we'll get the Vanduul, but they'll just be kind of NPCs walking around with maybe a few mission givers here and there. Hades system is going to be its own. It's going to be a Halloween update. We all know that's going to be the case. It'll be they'll do that for the Day of the Vara at some point. But it needs. I think Bremen is another chance of getting in. That's sick. This is the only place I'll hear this. What? That there's a Xi'an consulate in Area 18? If you watched Jail, you'd have known that already. Yeah, Bremen is the Consolidated Outlands manufacturing world. It's a farming world. Bremen is technically the system. Rytif is the name of the planet. Today I discovered Castra has 5 full jump points. Neat. Pyro, Nyx, Oso, Hadrian, and Oya. That's missing one. That has to Toe Hill as well. Let me double check. Let me check. Yeah, it definitely has. It used to have a 1, 2. Maybe it's in. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's at Toe Hill. That's where I'm thinking. Because Toe Hill has systems to Nyx, that's why. Nyx, Oya, and Lao. So. Yes, he was based heavily, Silus Kerner was heavily based off of Elon Musk. Which, you know, Consolidated Outland is supposed to be SpaceX or Tesla. It's that kind of branding. They're not even subtle about it. The Nomad is supposed to be the Cybertruck. I remember there were mentions of in Toe Hill. Maybe it was the Bremen Beltway. The whole like smuggling route out of the UEE into the Xi'an Empire, where like rebels would escape the grasp of the UEE. They mentioned Toe Hill in relation to Castra, and it's because there's Oya, which was an abandoned system. Don't say that. I love my Nomad. God damn it. Give a lore reason why we shouldn't be able to use some jump points. A lore reason? The lore reason is whatever the fuck they want to say. The actual reason is it's not in game yet. And they'll just not tell us. They'll just have us play. Like, what's the lore reason why you can't go into certain areas of the universe in ESO? There is none. They just don't care. They're just kind of working for it. Well, so you're saying that Consolidated Outland is a tribute to Elon Musk? Indeed it is. You got to remember that Consolidated Outland and Silus Kerner, they came about and were conceptualized before Elon Musk became the shitheel that he is today. Because Star Citizen's been in development for 12 years. So do you think the Kraken is a spotlight for next year? Probably it starts development at some point next year, but I don't think it's going to be the main spotlight next year, no. Yes, he is. For sure. Yes, because me being a teacher means I'm much worse than Elon Musk. There's a lot of evidence that I don't want to bring up today. You can just stop watching, my dude. It's okay. Young buck. Okay. I'm not going to turn this into an Elon Musk conversation, chat. Yeah. Y'all want to take it to somewhere else, you can. Go take it to the shit stain that is Twitter right now. I'm sure that's a much better conversation. You're good. Whatever the bad butt, I just find it funny. Because anytime I bring it up, like, it's not the first time I brought it up. I've brought it up multiple times. Like, whenever, like, myself and Darj, and I want to say HC Vertigo, talk, we like just like 2 years ago, we mentioned it. We're just like, we don't like Elon Musk at all. And it always stirs the pot. Like, someone comes out and is just like, just screaming and raving. It's like, it's just find it funny. So the deformed Corsair shape. I have no fucking. I would love if that was the Drake lobster. If that weird lumpy thing looked like it was the Drake lobster, I would be perfect. Null system isn't a black hole. It's Min has no system, and it's Tamsa that's the black hole. Null is actually really interesting. Null is where the Copians come from. That's their home, their natural habitat is Null. Ashana on Null. Yeah, and I don't take the bait. I hope that is. CIG can finally get Jack off their back about it. About what? About the lobster? I'd fucking love to meet some fucking lobster. For for those of you who don't know, there is speaking of Silus Kerner, Silus Kerner is a big ship fan, and he actually owns a rare experimental ship called the Drake Lobster that was never produced, including several original Zeuses he owns. So. After watching CitizenCon, the League of Relic Enthusiasts came immediately to mind. Can you tell me about it? Is it an org? Do you have plans for an org? Do you have plans for it in an org sense? I mean, I can't tell you. Like, we're still sort of figuring it out. The main idea behind the League of Relic Enthusiasts is just that we preserve relics. And based off of what they've kind of showed and talked about, we'll probably end up being part of the Science Guild, doing stuff like that. Well, no, Silus Kerner isn't just Elon Musk. Like, he's like Elon Musk if Elon Musk was combined with Matthew McConaughey and Jay Leno. He's sort of like an amalgam of many different figures. But Consolidated Outland was 100% inspired by like SpaceX and Tesla. Yeah, that's why it's we call ourselves the League of Relic Enthusiasts, because it's called lore. Sophia Talent Charisma. Yeah. I mean, have you heard? All right, I'm pulling it up. Y'all youngins need to learn this. Are the League of Relic Enthusiasts similar to the League of Gentlemen? Sort of. We're an amateur archaeologist is what we are. All right, since it was brought up before, this was 6 years ago. Here you go. This is Silus Kerner. Listen to this man's voice.
Stars. They've become such a familiar backdrop of our day-to-day life that it's easy to forget what they mean. That one. That little dot right there. That's Bremen. This one over here, that's Saul. Think about that. Just a handful of these dots represents the breadth of human expansion. Another handful, and you've got Bannon, Jean, even Van Duel systems. That's everything we've ever known. Every piece of art, every life, ever, right there. In 2 handfuls of dots. Now that means there's so much more to find. Behind every one of those points of light is a story waiting to be discovered. Now, in our distant past, it was the province of governments to explore and understand space. The simple launch took resources and money beyond the capacity of even the largest companies.
That's my point. He's doing a Matthew McConaughey impression. Like, this is Matthew McConaughey.
But then RSI...
Yes, he did.
...introduced the Zeus. And suddenly regular people were able to explore our solar system, allowing an unprecedented amount of knowledge to be discovered. When Nick Croshaw discovered the first jump point, the modified scanner array that allowed him to search for jump points were far too expensive for the civilian market. But once that technology was refined and open to the public, what happened? That's right, an era of expansion that led us from this to this. And that's how it's always been. If you look at all the great eras of human history, whenever innovation has put technology in the hands of the people, it has heralded sweeping discoveries. Because power in the hands of many will always exceed the power of few. So while we can now discover new jump points and systems, there's still one hurdle that remains. That's what to do once you discover a new planet. Because right now, only the largest corporations can terraform and establish settlements. Easy. We haven't simplified terraforming yet. No, I'm here to announce something equally exciting. Albert Einstein, the man who redefined human understanding of the universe, he once said, "The person who follows the crowd will usually go no further than the crowd. The person who walks alone is likely to find himself in places no one has ever seen before." An insightful sentiment meant to inspire thinkers and creators to push the boundaries of their understanding. It was, after all, said 1,000 years ago, before humanity had left our homeworld. So clearly he was speaking metaphorically. Today, as I just showed you, the unknown is out there, waiting to be discovered. For those that are looking for those places that no one has seen before, they are faced with a daunting challenge. What do you do when you get there? Up until now, it's been the province of governments and corporations to pave the way for sustained habitation. The power has been in the hands of the few. What if I offered you the ability to build your own settlement? To bring civilization to the most untamed of frontiers? A colony ship in the truest sense of the word. And I'm not talking about just transporting people, no. I'm talking about an all-in-one solution designed to build modular structures based on your needs. Capable of building a farm or a habitat, a trading post or a mining operation. I mean, that'd be crazy, right? Allow me to introduce the Pioneer. With that, let the new age of colonization begin.
Y'all get it now? That man is Matthew McConaughey mixed with Elon Musk and Jay Leno. All right. Yeah. And they made it smaller. I don't think they made it smaller. They probably made it bigger. So. Yeah, and the Mustang commercial, he has that kind of sort of talk, that kind of stuff. Well, because like the Jay Leno thing is because he's a huge ship fanatic. Like Silus Kerner is an obsessive ship fanatic. He actually didn't make a lot of his money early on from ships. His first initial millions he made. All right, let me give you some context. The Kerners own Bremen. The Kerners helped found Bremen. They're one of the founding families of Bremen. Bremen never really has an official governor, but the Kerners have always been the official governors of Bremen because they make the most money. They're plantation owners. They have fuck tons of money. And so Silus, when he was 15, took his own father's money and invested it in the stock market and made billions. Like he was a billionaire by the time he was 15. And he used that money to then invest in other companies and startups and became very popular, but he was always a big fan of ships. He was always a huge fanatic when it came to ships. So he started collecting original ships, out of print ships, like anything he could get his hands on that was rare. He has like 2 or 3 original Zeuses. He has, like I said, the only version of the Drake lobster. But he's also very opinionated about ships. He absolutely hates the Gladiator, for instance. He fucking despises the Gladiator, and he thinks the Aurora is the worst thing that has ever been invented. So, so you and chat likely mentioned this many times in 3 hours before, but I was able to join in. I love the Squad 42 demo that they uploaded after the live demo. The Squad 42 part came in during the 42nd minute. Oh yeah, that's pretty neat. I don't like the Redeemer. Why? There's a long story behind that, Sam. That is the correct opinion of the Gladiator, Anna. I hate you now. So the Kerners weren't exactly poor. So he made a lot of his money early on using his dad's money to invest in the market and then made a bunch of money back. But since then, he's taken that money that his dad originally gave him and made more money out of it. And eventually he created a Consolidated Outland. And Consolidated Outland originally started its career making aftermarket body kits for ships. And then they made the Mustang. And after they made the Mustang, they're making the Pioneer. So it's definitely trying to strike the whole, like his whole job is to, he feels like his job is to mix up the market, that the market has become too stagnant, too interested in its own style rather than changing things up and trying to make things for the people. Yeah, Drake have problems with him. Drake and Consolidated Outland are kind of direct competitors in the same market. I love that whisper. The whisper, go, is amazing. I don't think the Pioneer produces the ships. I don't think the Pioneer has the fabs big enough to produce ships of other types. I'm not going to pull up and watch that again, but that was always a good one. I wonder if we'll be able to hire NPCs to take care of farms, mining installations. Not in 1.0. I think it's got a large hab, but it doesn't have the like the ship class hab or a fab. You think they'll make orbital cannons purchasable with pace building? I mean, the same cannons that are on the on Castra on Sherman are the exact same cannons on the space stations they showed. So they're reusing those assets. The Habs can make a Nomad? Yeah, server blades, but not NPCs. Yeah, the Pioneer fabs can make larger ships. That's pretty interesting. I didn't catch that. Interesting. Fully straight up. They show it making a Nomad? I'm gonna go back and look at that again. I may have literally just stepped away from that. It was under Captains of Industry, right?
I mean all metrics, because we're going to be creating a lot of things inside this ship. We wanted it to kind of become a true self-sustained mobile base. We wanted it to kind of, be.
So at the back of the ship, we have the classic bridge, looks out over the expanse of the ship. And then top and bottom of that in this image, we have the escape pod rooms. And then leading off those is the access to the manned turrets that remain. Then going downstairs, we have the cargo area at the top. Doesn't look like a lot. That's 1,000 SEU of cargo now in that space. Next to that is the fabrication control room. This is where you'll be controlling fabricating larger vehicles and ships.
Vehicles,
as well as smaller fabrication machines next door for. You don't want to use this to build a small FPS weapon. It's a bit overkill. So we have that on board as well. In the center of the ship, we have a small fabrication hangar with roof and ramp egress. So if you're building a small ship on board, so things like a Nomad, you can build on board here. You'll be able to fly it out the roof of the fabrication hangar. And then we have the existing small landing pad that transitions from outside the ship to inside the ship. So cargo you can load via new entrance that Ben's going to talk about in a second, but you can still retain the ability to land a ship on top of this ship, move it inside your ship, all those things. Engineering at the rear, this is now capital components all the way around. It was a weird mix of size 3s before. It's now just all capital everything. Then we have the habitation, mess hall, medical area between the hangar and engineering. And then at the front, we have 4 extra large drones in the drone room. But we don't just have some pictures like this to show you. Ben's going to go through this in a bit more detail now.
Okay, yeah, so we're going to have a little look at kind of like the concept and where it's at on the interior. We start out on the interior bridge. It's very spacious, or command deck bridge, whatever you want to call it. It gives kind of really nice views out over the front of the ship.
By the way, the ironclad assault has a fab on it. They even talked about it. It has a small fabricator.
Hey, a tip.
Tuck, super chat at $20. Good morning from the East Coast.
Hey.
They can make small ships I saw from the panel. I hopeful with the introduction of the medevac Terrapin we get the modules for the Gladiator. Thank God it got buffed, and Hawk variant swoop.
Oh, hopefully. Yeah, we're going through some of this.
Right up front, you've got all the consoles required that you need to kind of control the ship, as well as the kind of additional remote turret access consoles. And then at the rear, we have the main kind of navigation components and some small engineering consoles.
I'm not seeing
and kind of
people saying you can refine, and I'm not seeing any refineries. Thank you for that $20 there, Tucker.
The side, we've got these 2 corridors, and they lead out to the manned turrets that kind of sit above the bridge. And they also have all the escape pods needed for all the bridge crew. Like I say, we want this to kind of be a home away from home, so we have a very large, comfortable habitation area. Each of the crew members, they get their own individual crew pod. And one of the nice things about this is these actually open up, and they allow kind of each crew member to kind of decide like how much privacy they actually want.
Remember this, yeah.
This is the crafting area. We've got the 4 kind of crafting machines. And these are right next to the cargo bay, the internal cargo bay. And as John says, this holds up to 1,000 SEU of cargo, so it's pretty sizable. To make it a little bit easier, it's got its own dedicated cargo lift at the back. That again, just simplifies that kind of getting cargo in and out of the vehicle.
1,000 SEU. Whew.
Down at the front, we have the drone room. Now these will be 4 extra large drones, so they'll be able to craft our largest structures in game.
No, 4 crafting machines.
They exit the ship out through the roof, and they're all controlled by the construction console in this area. And finally, we're just going to take a quick look at the crafting area on the ship. So you can see here we've got these blast shields down that kind of protect the crew in this area from what's going on inside. And then as these open up, we just finished making a storm. And as you know, as we see, there's a ramp that leads out, so you can drive any ground vehicles straight out the front. You know, between all the landing gear, and you get this really nice kind of like sense of scale as you're driving underneath out the front of the ship. And we've also got the top exit for any flight vehicles.
Yeah, so we can fly out
and then
top.
Finally, we have the landing pad, and this just allows us for any ships that land up on deck, we can just bring them down into the belly of the ship.
I don't see any refineries. They didn't make it. There's no reference of any refineries on that ship.
So that's the Pioneer. It's had quite the glow up over the years. Holds 4 extra large drones. And if you're interested in finding out what extra large drones can build, I highly recommend sticking around for the next presentation. It's about 20% bigger. I know the jokes, we always make ships bigger, but to fit all that in, it needed it. It can craft small ships and vehicles. And one thing we didn't show in that video is the landing gear actually have integrated ground resource extractors in. So when you find your plot, you land your ship and you can start extracting the resources from it.
Basically meaning like, all right, I'm gonna burst some bubbles here. That's not refineries though. That's extraction. People think that means that we're going to have ground mining, like actual ground mining. We're not going to have ground mining. What they're going to do is this area has resources. Put your little resource extractor down and it'll start to suck up those resources. You're not going to have like going out with a jackhammer and like mining the ground for resources. It's mostly just going to be these automated systems. Is that right after that?
Capital components all round.
Nope,
and
I'm still not hearing it.
1,000 SU cargo capacity. Now the bad news. When base building comes out, this will not be there day one of it. But we are starting this in the next week or 2. So it is in production very soon.
Yeah. So there's nothing in there about refining. It's about extraction. There may be refinery. Refining may have changed its process, but there was no refining mentioned. It was just extraction. Okay, I'll keep watching.
So.
Nope, it's just
to finish up,
nope.
We'll do the classic one last thing.
Can you give me a link specifically? 2204, okay.
Kind of building mechanics. It needs to support all our current metrics, and I don't mean just character metrics, I mean all metrics, because we're going to be creating a lot of things inside this ship.
Okay.
We wanted it to kind of become a true...
Oh, it says, because it says refining on here, right here. You're right. It says refining. It says it on the slide, but they never mentioned it. So I think they may have changed refining. Yeah, there's no. They said onboard facilities for medical, but they didn't mention the medical. They also didn't mention. They just kind of mentioned the extraction. I think they showed off the medical though, because like this is the top. Like this is the medical bay. I think right here, right? Or is that the living space? This is the crafters.
And these are right next to the cargo bay, the internal cargo bay. And as John says, this holds up to 1,000 SEU of cargo, so it's pretty sizable. To make it a little bit easier, it's got its own dedicated cargo lift at the back. But again, just simplifies that kind of getting cargo in and out of the vehicle. Down at the front, we have the drone room. Now these will be 4 extra large drones, so they'll be able to craft our largest structures in game. They exit the ship out through the roof, and they're all controlled by the construction console in this area. And finally, we're just going to take a quick look at the crafting area on the ship. So you can see here we've got these blast shields down that kind of protect the crew in this area from what's going on inside.
Yeah, because they mention medical, but they don't show any medical.
And then as these open up, we just finished making a storm and turrets that kind of sit above the bridge. And they also have all the escape pods needed for all the bridge crew.
They don't mention refining, they show refining on the slide.
We want this to kind of be a home away from home, so we have a very large, comfortable habitation area. Each of the crew members, they get their own individual crew pod. And one of the nice things about this is these actually open up and they allow kind of each crew member to kind of decide like how much privacy they actually want. This is the crafting area. We've got the 4 kind of crafting machines.
It says the refinery, but there's no, I don't see where they're doing refinery. Because like, we're not, are you seeing something where they show specifically refineries? Because they're showing crafting machines, but no refineries. So like they say something and then they don't show anything that's even related to refinery. So I don't know where that's going to be.
And these are right next to the cargo bay, the internal cargo bay. And as John says, this holds up to 1,000 SEU of cargo. So
no, because they said the forward area of the ship is for the drones. They kind of show off this. So, and like, this is the engineering. This is the, these are the habitation areas. This is the crafting area. These are the crafting areas. These are the drone bays right here. So it could be over here, but they also said that you drive out through the landing gear. I guess this direction. Yeah, they don't show it on the model. They talk about it in the bullet point, but they don't show it on the model. So that's the weird part. And they said at 30.
To do that, we need to add a few extra kind of onboard facilities. So, a med bay, like I say, the crafting area, the ability to refine, or extract and refine materials.
Okay. So they don't have the full interior worked out, is the answer. They say extraction and refining and medical, but they really only show the crafting side. And this area right here, I don't think has been fully fleshed out yet. So I think the only thing I can assume is that this area still hasn't been built out yet. So they're still planning on doing it in this direction, but they don't know about it yet. It's the top deck and then the main deck here. Yeah, it's mostly crafting. The question is, refining mind was related to the refining that was mentioned, crafting, etc. Iron plus coal equals steel. So that's the thing, is that like, I don't know what refining is. Maybe refining is taking raw ore and still turning it into substances that you can then craft with. That's what I assume. But maybe they've removed refining so that it's now just crafting. But I don't think so. No, because like this is all on like one floor. So it's like one deck. It's just a really big deck. Yeah, because you'd assume the refinery is a separate machine because they have the Expanse, which is just a refinery ship. And of course, they sold the refinery module with the Galaxy. Yeah, that's the only thing that makes sense. But we don't. They mentioned they needed to have like refining and medical, but they didn't show refining or medical in that layout at all, and they didn't even talk about it other than at this point. Oh, everything goes on sale in November anyways, and they're gonna mark the price way up for y'all. It won't be as good as a dedicated refining ship. I think it's going to be better than a dedicated refining ship, to be honest, Zombie. The Pioneer is going to be a one-stop shop for everything because it's a mobile base. However, it doesn't really have good defenses, so it's going to need to be protected a lot. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this doesn't. Well, we don't know how the refining is going to work here. That's the problem. It's like there's just too many questions about it. Because it could just be only refining what it gets through its natural extractors through the floor. Yeah, it's the only thing that can create the space station cargo module. No, this one don't have a shop. No, not at all. All right, y'all. I've been gone way past what I should be. Do I like the Polaris? I think it's neat. It's not my kind of ship, but I like it. I know a lot of people do. Probably lower throughput for refining. The balance it could really, the balance they could strike with it is that it can't refine anything that isn't brought in through its extractors. Kind of like the Odyssey, how the Odyssey is limited to only refining stuff it gets through its mining. You can't bring other things to refine in it. It can only refine Quantanium. So that would be a limiting factor where it can only refine where it's located at. Stuff it can extract from where it's located at. You can't just like bring in mining vehicles and then dump stuff into it for it to refine. Quick, distract them with somebody else. Refining is more just taking raw ore and making steel. It's also taking steel and making better varieties. Refining is a simple process of making a thing better than it is. Yeah, but the question is how much is that different from the crafting, the fabricators? The only thing I can imagine is that fabricators only take finished goods, combine two versions of finished goods to create, or of like finished products to create a finished good. Or something like that, you know, taking aluminum and copper and making guns. Yeah, easy $900. Easy. I think a lot of people also are missing some things. Like, I'll finish off with this because I've seen a lot of people say things like, why would X, Y, or Z company allow for you to just build ships for free? That doesn't make any sense. You do know that multiple factories make things, right? Like, there are factories in the United States that make Toyota vehicles. I don't know if all of them are owned specifically by Toyota, or if they work out with other people. A lot of products are also made by other manufacturers that are made through subsidiaries. It's pretty common. That's the sort of idea. And you're not just going to be like, oh, I have the Pioneer. Now I can build a Redeemer. Go fuck yourself. You still need to get the materials, and you also need the blueprints for the Redeemer. If you don't have the blueprints for the Redeemer, you can't build shit. And so if you have the blueprints for it, you can build it, but you need to get those blueprints. And it's not free. You still have to get the materials for it. And it's going to take a while to get those materials for it. This isn't a quick like I can do whatever I want thing. It's going to be like CIG is going to make you grind like crazy to get any of these blueprints. For that to even remotely make sense, you'd have to pay for every single blueprint use. Why? You have to pay for every single thing you produce. That's not how licensing works. You don't pay for every single thing you like every single time you build like a car or whatever. You pay for a license and then do that, and then you have to keep that license up or that agreement up with those people. To be fair, I don't have a lot of experience with that. So maybe you are an expert in licensing and legal licensing, and I for that. But that seems very inefficient to say you can build a Toyota Tacoma, only one, and then you have to pay me every single time to produce one Dakota Tacoma, like Toyota Tacoma. Like what? Because we do not build our own cars, the holder of our license does. Yeah? What are you talking about? Yeah, you just use a small percent of the profit. And let's also take a step back before we go. Take a step back. It's a video game. It's 900 years in the future. It's not the United States or the current rules. Maybe things have changed. As long as it makes sense in the universe, is all that matters. And before anyone says realism, bird aliens, flying space fighters that go at World War II speeds. Star Citizen is based off of non-realism. It needs to make sense, Paul. To me, it makes no sense. Otherwise, Xenothreat would be invading a lot more than an Idris. Maybe they don't have the plans for many more than an Idris. Maybe they don't have the resources to produce anything more than an Idris. Xenothreat isn't exactly in their own private like yacht resort with exclusive access to resources that nobody else do. They're fighting over resources and territory between at least 3 other organizations, if not more, that exist in Pyro. What I'm trying to say is that the idea that it's unrealistic that other companies would produce goods for another company, that's not true. It happens all the time. They're just bending the believability a little bit. Take LED and OLED panels, only a couple of manufacturers. No, but supposedly Pyro has good resources. Yeah, but they also need the blueprints, and they also need to have easy access to those resources and not be harassed by the headhunters or Rough and Ready or Citizens for Prosperity, who exclusively are going in there to fuck with Xenothreat. But I mean, yeah, China's main battle tank is a licensed copy of the T-72. There, you know how many different versions of the AK there is? The AK-74 is one of the most produced weapons of all time because it's simple to make, and people can make them in like cottage industries. This is AK-47, not AK-74. Yeah. I think 74 as well. There are ways you can go, it's a game. And there's always going to be those elements of just kind of going, it's a game. But I mean, like the AK-47s being made in like people's living rooms in like Somalia, like they produce there's lots of African countries that produce fuck tons of Kalashnikovs out of like very, very basic locations. I fired the AK-47. It is not as, it has more kick than the AR-15. Well, I've never fired an M16, but yeah, but it's not that much. It's an open source rifle, basically. But can we build an Aurora with a space station dry dock? I assume so. If you have the plans to build an Aurora. Yeah, but how many of those are cut so many corners, have the production and churned out production that makes the cheap Chinese knockoffs look high end? I mean, that could easily be another example of production stuff, in Star Citizen. Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. I wanted to make that last sort of point because I know there's a lot of folks who were, at least in some of the videos I've been or content I was making on the Astro Historian, somebody was talking about how it made no sense that people could produce bangles or produce any of these things. It was completely unbelievable. And I'm like, to a degree, it's a video game, but like, is it though? Like. We're talking a very different universe than the universe we live in for many different reasons. So, yeah, reverse engineering. EVA Online had all this years ago. Yeah. But for some reason, when Star Citizen has it, it's unbelievable and immersion breaking, even though games like Eve have had it for years. It's not like Eve is devoid of lore or anything. What'd you say, Parky? You can get an AK-47 so finely tuned you can sing to the it can sing you the phone book, but it's still a commie rifle. I mean that's another point. Like, Aren't there multiple companies that make the AR-15? I know Colt makes the AR-15, but I think there's multiple groups. Armalite isn't the only company that makes them anymore. Eves doesn't always seem to honor its lore, or care. I don't pay that much attention. There's hundreds. Yeah, there's a lot of different like manufacturers that make versions of it. It's just, you know, there are versions of the AR-15. Only Colt holds the rights to the AR-15. Yeah. Anyways, before I go to bed, the point being, CIG will have time to figure this out, and we'll see how it works. I'm sure it has something to do with rights. I'm sure there's some sort of the copyright protection just isn't as good in the Star Citizen universe as it is in other places for lots of reasons. Because CIG writers love to write this sort of thing, and I am always here for that sort of thing. So. Thank you all for hanging out. I will talk to you tomorrow for office hours, where we're going to go more in depth with each of these CitizenCon things. We're going to go through it with a fine-tooth comb and figure out those sorts of stuff. And yeah, thank you for watching. And like I always say, hope to see you someday in the black.